Hello and welcome to Accelerate USA. Here we are in Miami. My name is Amira, and I'm the head of payments growth at the Solana Foundation.
And I'm Vibhu, and I lead product for the Solana Foundation.
And we are so glad you're here. You know, the first time Vib and I met was actually on stage at a Solana conference.
Yeah, we met at Breakpoint in 2022, and I kind of opened the event after Raj and Toli. We shook hands on stage, on camera. Nice to meet you.
Yep. And now we work together.
Yeah, pretty cool.
A few years later. And it's no coincidence that we're right here in Miami. You know, I feel so lucky to be an American. And one of the many reasons that I feel lucky to be here in this country, be from here, is because this place attracts the most fierce, creative, frontier thinking, gritty people in the world. And that's why America is at the forefront of building in finance and technology. And that's what today really is. It's a celebration of American dominance in finance and tech. And the story isn't a new one. America has dominated these places for decades. But what feels different is the way that this dominance looks. The playbook is a little different. The rails that it's being built on is different. The people who are building is broader. The places it's coming from are different. That's why we're here in Miami, which feels like an epicenter of a lot of this energy right now.
Yeah, and last year we hosted the first ever major Solana event in New York City. And even since then, it feels like the world has changed. Well, we had the Genius Act pass. We've had huge growth in stablecoins, real-world assets, institutional adoption overall. You know, I think I think of it as like, you know, the progress. Last year we were in the kind of progress stage. Today we're really in the execution phase, and Solana is at the center of that conversation. You know, we think of Solana as the home of internet capital markets. And the ecosystem has been delivering on that dream in so many different ways, and that puts Solana in the center of many conversations, not just the financial ones, but we're at the heart of conversations around AI, around robotics, around policy. And there's so many awesome stories just coming out every couple of days. Like you might have seen Western Union just launched a stablecoin on Solana this week. Last week, Meta enabled creator payouts in Solana stablecoins. That is really awesome.
And that's why today isn't a crypto conference. When Vib and I set out to produce Accelerate and the content for it, we said this isn't really about what's going on in Web3. It's really a conversation about the future of the American financial system. And it just happens that a lot of it's built on Solana. And so today we've constructed it. It's one day, one stage. You can just sit in your seat and enjoy the best builders, thinkers, innovators, policymakers who are really thinking at the frontier of these topics. And it really spans the gamut. It's everything from payments and banking institutions to people in sports, to people in culture. We've invited people from other ecosystems. We're inviting a ton of debate, critique, because we really think that in order to have a bright future ahead of us and continue this domination, we need to be thinking about it from all sides. So we have incredible content here in front of you today. It's a stacked lineup, but we also are in this broader conference hall. Over here is the East Coast, we have Lady Liberty, we have Washington, D.C., we have the West Coast, and you can get a taste of this entire ecosystem by walking around. I'd be remiss if I didn't shout out our incredible events team who just absolutely crushed it, makes it look really beautiful every time. So please enjoy the day.
So it is my great honor and privilege to welcome our first two speakers to the stage. First one is Alejandra, who's venture capitalist and one of the seed investors in Solana, actually, at Foundation Capital. And she'll be joined by one of the great American entrepreneurs of our time, the co-founder of Solana, Anatoly Yakovenko.
Let's give it up.
I'm Alejandra from Foundation Capital. We've been investors in Solana since 2018 and have been proud supporters of many of the other ecosystem projects in mainnet. So very happy to be here, to be joined by Toli to walk through a lot that we're going to cover. Some of the founding origin story of Solana, potentially AI, we have time, and one of our favorite topics, mobile and Seeker. So excited to be here. So let's start at the beginning, from a little bit of a different angle, given we're here at Accelerate. You're from the USSR, and you spent some time there as a child, so that must have shaped your view on what the American opportunity really is. And so what does it mean for you to build in the US coming from there?
Yeah, I think when I was a kid living in the Soviet Union, my image of America was that it was Manhattan from coast to coast, just like one giant blob of skyscrapers. So it was surprising kind of landing in rural Chicago that there's like farmland and like family homes and stuff like that. It was just, you just don't know what you're expecting. And I landed in like '92, Chicago, when the Bulls were like winning their championships. You had like the creation of alternative music and like everything. I soaked it all up as a child. It was, I think, like a very transformative moment, obviously. So it was fun growing up in that time. And I've kind of, for some reason, always like got hooked on technology. My parents got me a computer. I was on the '93 early internet, messing around with programming and like basic script and Windows. The dot-com boom started happening, and like just the idea that you can be a founder and you can build a technology company that's transformative. That was, I think, the seed of kind of what inspired me to become an engineer, to go into computer science, and to always just be tinkering on something on the side. So in college, I joined a startup. We were building voice over IP systems. We didn't know what we were doing in the middle of central Illinois. But we built it and it worked. But we had no clue that you could scale something globally. This was, I think, probably the missing piece that took me a long time to figure out. And only by observing like folks like, like Facebook and all these other companies really succeed and take services globally on the internet that my mind kind of shifted. That took 20 years. So like, I mean, I'm a slow learner, I guess.
That is definitely not what your reference call said. We always do reference calls before we invest in startups in 2018. And I'll actually pull up the exact quote, given you just said slow learner. He's an extremely quick study in whatever discipline he gets in, whether it's stock market trading, understanding the relationships and opportunities for arbitrage. And so we definitely see that in the very, very niche subjects that you end up talking about these days. So a lot has happened since you moved here, got that entrepreneurial chip. There's the question on risk that always comes up when people are thinking about launching startups. Curious how your upbringing shaped the way that you think about risk.
I mean, just to be candid, I have parents that came with me, right? And they're much older when they came to the States. They're blue collar because that was the only option that they had. So in the back of my mind, as I'm working at a very successful company like Qualcomm and have a career as an engineer, if I take this risk to do a startup, I'm potentially hurting my ability to like take care of my parents later. And this is something, that tension was always there. And it's very hard to take that leap. I think my thought was always that I felt like I needed to at least like raise enough money to pay for my salary, so I'm not like running negative. And I think that threshold actually ended up saving me from taking making a bunch of bad startups. So like a really close friend of mine from college, Greg, who ended up the CTO of Solana Labs in those early days, me and him, we lived together for like 15 years. We would work out, we would surf, we would constantly talk about ideas, either engineering or coding or startup, and we'd always be trying to build stuff as a side project. There were like 15 failures that were never a taxable event before like Solana came to fruition. So I think, my experience, like a lot of founders that succeed kind of have a couple characteristics, and this is maybe my own pattern recognition, is they're a bit obsessed with doing something. They're always busy. So no matter what they're doing, there's always like 3 different projects that they're working on. So focus is hard. But that obsession to always be trying and iterating, I think, is important. The other piece is they can basically build the entire product themselves. Whatever if I could have written all of Solana myself, and it probably would have been worse in a lot of ways, but I knew how to do every piece. So when I was hiring or bringing on co-founders, I was scaling myself. And this is a very selfish thing to say, but I was giving pieces that I knew exactly how to build myself to somebody else, so that I could work on the next unknown piece. And I think that's kind of a key ingredient in a successful founder.
It's interesting when you were talking about that tinkering, because some of your referrals as well talked about how Loom, which turned into Solana, was actually technically way less risky than a lot of the other things that you were thinking about, and it had to do with like that being thoughtful, considerate, and thorough, and really choosing an architecture that was proven in order to scale in a way that no one else was really doing at the time. So let's talk a little bit about those first innings in Solana. You were talking about NASDAQ and really just like running at the speed of light. So how has the trajectory changed since Solana started and your vision for it?
This is probably another kind of key ingredient, I think, in successful companies, is that you actually end up with a vision that is very consistent from start to finish. And this is purely survivor bias, because you kind of have to think of it, I'm going to build a company, it's in a competitive space, I have 100 competitors with me, and they're all going to, the ones that succeed will blindly make the right decision. Nobody has enough information, but you have enough competitors that some of them will pick the right options and they'll go as fast as they can, and that's the only ones that will survive. So you cannot really, you don't have the option or the privilege to kind of make a lot of risk-reducing decisions. So for whatever reason, I felt that the right approach or the right design, and I didn't have enough information to really know that this is the right thing that's going to succeed, that we had to optimize for speed, for throughput, and the way to do it is to use kind of the technology that we knew that was readily available and cheap, which is bandwidth. So this is the approach that we took. And looking at all the other options, I had my own reasons why I thought it was right. And but there's obviously a bunch of other smart people that are incredibly smart with pedigrees and degrees from incredible universities and just as equally as capable as me that made different decisions. And it's really, really hard to know who's going to be right or not. But you kind of have to stick to your guns and keep working on that singular vision until either the market decides you were right or not. And this is, I think, the difference between founders and investors is that investors have the privilege of kind of making a couple hedge bets, but they only really succeed also if they make a couple really big bets, but they can at least hedge their positions or hedge the risk. But as a founder, you don't have that option. You are investing at a much higher kind of risk to reward ratio than any given fund. So you can't really listen to them too much.
Fair. And I mean, you've done it multiple times, both with Solana and with Seeker as well. Those have all been very high conviction bets. And we'll get to Seeker in a second, but to squeeze in a question that's very top of mind for all of us on both the investing and building side, it's AI, and that has really been a true accelerant on many assets of building. But for Solana itself, it's when we think about agents as rational actors, and with the right parameters in mind, they should be looking for the cheapest, fastest, most scalable place to transact. So what does that really unlock for Solana?
I think we're a bit in this kind of skeuomorphic period with AI where people try to imagine this agent as your personal assistant or a worker or something like that. I think it's an important period because we're trying to find product market fit for all these services that do work for humans. But I think that's going to shift. So I wouldn't put too much kind of importance into that particular narrative. But obviously, I think Jeff Bezos had this incredible quote: "Don't think about what changes with any new technology, but what stays the same." So in any given period, 10 years from now, cheaper, faster is going to be better than slower and more expensive. So that's always going to be true. So I think focusing on that makes something cheaper and faster with high reliability and all these other factors that clearly are important now, were important last year, will be important next year. So focusing on those, I think, is key. And on the product market fit side on AI, you do have to change those narratives that are not going to be true a year from now, because once you raise capital, your clock starts ticking. You have 18 months to figure out how to get enough revenue to where your business is successful, or you've grown relative to the rest of your competitors to where funds can look at what you're doing and decide, okay, this narrative is still true, AI is still hugely important, and you've done something more than everyone else. So there is a bet to be made, right? They have to effectively burn capital on this future vision that hasn't come to fruition yet.
It's interesting because a lot of founders right now, some feel like they're being torn between pursuing something big in crypto and just also pursuing something big in AI. We've seen some founders just scale tremendously with like 12 different agents doing multi-million dollars in revenue, building in crypto too. So the trade-off is there, but it doesn't necessarily have to exist. What would you say to founders who are currently feeling a little bit of the pull in the direction of AI?
I think, I think there's this really key tension. You have to have some vision that you're building towards. And it's like, whenever I heard these stories, like before starting a company, it just, like, none of that sunk in. It all seemed like BS. But you actually do need to have some vision that you're constantly betting on blindly, because only the company that builds as fast towards the right thing will survive. And you have no idea if you're building towards the right thing, but you kind of have to make a gut decision. Cheaper, faster transactions are the most important thing. And that was the core insight that I got lucky with. And it's really hard to know, again, like at that moment, if you're doing the right thing. At the same time, you have 18 months before you run out of money. If you think you have 36 months before you raise, because you raise a bigger round, you either raise too much or you're not spending fast enough, because again, there's a competitor that is making all the right decisions, that is going as fast as they can, that will hit that 18 months mark, and they'll raise more and grow faster. So that period has a lot of tension. So, I mean, as a CEO, founder, you're doing 2 jobs. You're doing sales and 3 jobs, honestly. You have to be a great IC and do sales and raising and figure out how to grab onto whatever growth you can and keep your team building towards that vision.
It's tough because you have a short amount of time, but you don't want to do a marginal improvement at this point. I think what was so interesting about Solana at that time is that it was just going to be incrementally better if this worked at scale. Shifting topics a little bit towards Seeker and mobile. We actually published a piece a few months ago that was just talking about how being high performance at this point is table stakes in crypto. The ball has shifted a lot more towards distribution and getting this into people's hands. And you've seen new ones develop with that, whether it's Base, Arc, Tempo. Solana's in a very interesting position because it has distribution and it has something that nobody really else has, and it's mobile. When we think about capital markets and a lot of what crypto is serving today, it's a lot about, in order to form capital markets, you really need to capture people's attention. And people's attention is on mobile. So Solana Mobile has been really on a run, over 150K units sold, almost $8 billion of transaction happening on the phones, 800 dApps, I believe, at this point. Could you talk to us a little bit more about where Solana Mobile is today and what the vision is as you expand beyond the first and single hardware providers?
Yeah, I think this is, again, like I think as a founder, you're trying to pick what's going to happen in the future, what's going to stay constant. I was blessed to work at Qualcomm during the time when we transitioned from feature phones to smartphones. And in my mind, the device that we have today, the phone, is going to be around, for as long as humans are around. It is kind of this perfect interface for humanity because we use our fingers for everything. We process information quickly by reading it. So I don't think you're going to really improve it outside of niche things for like surgeons with VR or whatever. Or Neuralink might surprise me, but I think for the vast majority of humanity, we've kind of built the perfect computer, and that's the smartphone. So the hard part is the Apple and Google are remarkable companies that build these amazing devices that are as good as consumers want. So how do you disrupt them, and how do you build your own distribution channel? I think the really thing and important thing with crypto is that finance actually is a very different segment than the general population. Vast majority of revenue comes from volume, which is, you don't really care about the number of people. What you care about is the spendiest group that is trading the most or spending the most or sending the most payments. So you can target that segment specifically and build better, safer environments and applications. So we can focus on things like Seed Vault, where users have better security than they do out of the application wallets. We can focus on the fees that applications are charged, like the 30%, 20% fees that Google and Apple Play Store charge. Those don't really work with a lot of financial applications and things like that. And then kind of build a wedge and build this ecosystem and device that will hopefully get a lot of benefit to consumers and developers on Solana. And that vertical integration of having the phone and the entire app store and full control over all the environment there is really great. I mean, this is why Apple and Google are like the two biggest companies in the world. So the pie is enormous, the TAM is enormous, but obviously the competition is fierce.
It's very interesting because when you do have the hardware, the wallet, the application, you really can reduce a lot of the frictions that we see in crypto today. And it really extends composability down to the operating system in a way that you don't see anywhere else in crypto. You can have native notifications, you can have payment intents, and all of that run on Solana primitives. And so the feedback loop that you get from having all of those things in one place just can really compound to build great products that you wouldn't really see anywhere else.
Yeah, the only hard part is hardware. It takes 18 to 24 months to build, so the iteration cycles there are hard, and you're now competing with AI and Apple and everyone for silicon. So that's just a little hard.
Small detail. Yeah. So as we go into just this last section and we turn back a little bit towards founders, there are a couple of questions for you. Did you ever think that you were going to be so focused on distribution as you are today?
Honestly, like I think as a founder, I don't know if this tracks with a lot of founders that have kind of made it across a bunch of humps, is I only think about the next 8 weeks. Like, what can we build? What can we actually like ship in the next 8 weeks? And just the idea of like, oh man, in 5 years we're gonna be really worried about distribution or all these other problems. Those are high-class problems. It means that somehow in the next 18 months we didn't fail. That I was able to raise enough money to keep the team together and keep going, or nobody quit because they've been working 80-hour weeks or something like that. None of those like problems when you start out actually matter. Like you actually should and must think about what can I do today? What can I do in the next 2 weeks? What can I do in the next 18 months to where by the time you reach that point, you're still surviving. Paul Graham has a bunch of essays on like, don't die. It's really how like successful companies just didn't die. That's it. So right now, I think distribution is always key in these later stages, and these are high-class problems, but they're incredibly difficult because all successful companies that have distribution can verticalize and take whatever revenue or market share that you have and start adding it to their products and monetizing that. And now users don't have that pain pressure to switch, right? To switch apps or something like that. Crypto, I think, has the advantage that it's still just a really, we've gone through a lot of stages where it was the cypherpunks and very niche to where it's still now in that transition period from a technology that's proven, there's revenue models that are proven that are still transitioning to full institutional support and full kind of commercialization. So we have an advantage because we can move faster, we're global, and a lot of these companies that have built their businesses around these kind of regulatory captured markets that provide great services to users, but they're stuck in the ways that they do things. So we have an opportunity to disrupt them, but nobody's giving up revenue without a fight. So it's going to take a lot of work to build a distribution and to deliver value to consumers at the end of the day.
And to wrap, in 20 seconds, what would have been a word of advice that you would give to founders now that would have been hard to hear before?
Oh, man. I think, yeah, don't think about problems more than 8 weeks out. Like, this is, you know, you can't help it, right? I think you have this big vision, and you're really trying to work towards it. And you think about all these things. Oh, we have to build this, we have to build that, because if I don't do it, I won't arrive at that vision. I think.
But give your big vision and your pitch deck to your VCs.
Yeah, but yeah, you still have to have it. Don't slingshot your team between one thing to another. You know, I think you have to kind of trust. If you did a good job hiring, you have to trust your team to kind of go build the right things.
Awesome.
And I think I stressed out a lot of my team. Maybe
I think we're out of time, so thank you, Toli, for joining us. And thank you, everybody.
One more round of applause for Crypto Daddy, the one and only Toli, who has come back from the woods to join us. Welcome to Miami. Hi. This is the second US Accelerate. Accelerate started a year ago in New York. We saw this amazing change in sentiment in the US, and we're like, we need to do something about this. So we have an incredible lineup of speakers. Next up, we have Ivan Soto-Wright, the CEO and founder of MoonPay, the leading crypto network for payments. And we have the one and only, she is probably the most inspiring woman in all of crypto. She is the president of Solana Foundation. Huge round of applause for Lily Liu and Ivan Soto-Wright. All right.
I'll be up there. Yeah.
Good morning. What's up, Ivan?
How we doing? How we doing, Miami?
All right. All right. Good. Great to be back in Miami. So, Ivan, you guys have certainly been up to a whole lot. Had a number of announcements last week. Will you take us through those announcements and talk us through what's going on with MoonPay, how that positions you going forward?
Yeah, so it's been a very exciting time for MoonPay. Probably the biggest week in our history last week. We're going to hopefully top it this week with another major announcement. We're very excited. Last week, we really expanded our vision. We started with on-ramps. We became known as the buy button to the vast majority of crypto wallets and applications. But our vision is much broader. We want to essentially be the infrastructure platform, the operating system for value movement. And we think that comprises really 4 very important functions. We got to nail funding, so moving from any payment method directly into crypto, your debit card, your PayPal, your Venmo, your bank account, doing that well internationally, being able to move any form of crypto onto a platform that accepts stablecoins, for instance, being able to do tokenization, so white labeling stablecoins, white labeling other forms of assets, being able to trade, being able to move from one asset to another, and then also being able to spend. So whether over agentic endpoints like X402, being able to pay with crypto, being able to use cards that are linked to crypto, we want to be able to do all of that. And so, you know, when we think about our vision, we also think about the different customer cohorts. We started with retail, 35 million customers. We now power a vast majority of the major crypto brands. But now we're moving into institutions. So last year we hired Caroline Pham, former head of the CFTC, and she's now leading our institutional unit. And as part of that, we spoke to some of the biggest players in the institutional landscape, and a lot of them are saying one of the biggest barriers to getting started was key management. So we recently acquired a company called Sodot. We're very excited about Sodot's team joining MoonPay, and they are experts in MPC technology, experts in custody, and coupled with our infrastructure that we've built already, we think we can bring a lot more institutions on board. We think that, given our reach, given our distribution, the next big opportunity as well is taking these tokenized assets and making it easy to distribute across our platform. So, we're seeing all the big funds thinking, oh, I want to bring my assets on chain. How do we make that accessible to everyone? That's where we're really focused.
Awesome. Now, us sitting in the blockchain world, one of our longstanding shared aspirations is for DeFi to actually overtake CeFi. Is that something that you guys think is going to happen, and what role is MoonPay going to play in that?
100%. Yeah, I think DeFi will overtake CeFi. I think generally we move to the most efficient system. I think DeFi is going to be vastly more efficient. And for us, we always saw, okay, first iteration of crypto, kind of closed loop, centralized order book. A lot of these exchanges held onto your keys. But the future is you should be in control, right? You should be in control. You should be able to move into any asset on chain frictionlessly. And you look at Solana. Solana is moving, I think #1 in DEX volume trading on a weekly basis. We're starting to see, we're looking at around 27% penetration relative to centralized exchanges in terms of volume happening through DeFi. And I think that's only going to continue to accelerate. And I think really the driver of that, we're obviously seeing amazing stuff going on with agentic. We're going to continue to see agents take more possession of your transactions, take on more of your financial life. And as that happens, these agents don't sleep. They'll work on weekends. They are going to be instantly transacting. They're going to be far more efficient. And so what is going to be the infrastructure of choice for agents? It's most likely going to be DeFi. So if we take that thesis, then we should be bullish on DeFi.
How close do you think we are to agents transacting on our behalf while we're sleeping and paying our bills?
Yeah. So we've been really focused on this. So we were one of the first to roll out the MoonPay CLI, so command line interface. You can take one line of code, you can give it to your OpenClaw agent, and with an authorization of MoonPay, we can essentially open up a bank account for you. We can top up a wallet. We can swap from any asset to any asset. We just announced Moon Agent cards, so you can actually have those agents start to spend on your behalf. But I really think one of the things that we really need to solve with agents is UX. So right now, there's a lot of instances where humans are in the loop, and in some cases, agents aren't really good at crawling a lot of websites. So the idea would be, how can you make an agent completely transact headlessly? Like that's really, I think, the next major upgrade in terms of the UX. So you'll be able to just say something to your agent, and it'll just execute without you having to necessarily navigate to another website or another page. And so we're working on that. We're trying to get as close as possible to, and when I actually zoom out a lot, I think, what is the future of money movement? What is the future of value movement? It's just going to be natural intents. You're going to say, I want to buy Bitcoin on a weekly basis, or I want to move into this asset on Solana. I want to send money to this person. I want to pay this invoice. And ultimately, the agent should be able to instantly transact and do that for you without having to interact with it. And so we'll slowly start to trust it with more and more things. We're going to start with the baby steps, and then over time, I think it will take on more of your financial life.
Cool. So you've talked about some of the acquisitions you guys have made, and as I was looking into it, it seems like you did 6 acquisitions over the last year and a half, and seems like there might be another one to talk about. So who's going to be joining us in the empty seat?
Yeah, well, we've got a special guest coming out. We're very, very excited today to announce the acquisition of DFlow. And we have Nitesh Nath, the co-founder founder CEO, coming out right now to welcome to the stage. We got Nitesh. There we go.
All right, so Nitesh, in your words, what is DFlow and what problems you guys build DFlow to solve?
Yeah, DFlow builds trading infrastructure on Solana. We are the lowest latency and best execution place to trade any Solana token. We also build a lot of stuff around tokenization, so we worked with Kalshi to tokenize their prediction markets on Solana. Massive growth over the last year. I think we just crossed 50 billion in trading volume. Yesterday, we announced that we're now the primary router in the Coinbase app, so Coinbase and Coinbase.com. We honestly, we just sought to solve best execution on Solana. Yeah.
So Ivan, you've been talking about institutional, on or off ramps, cards, agents, and now trading.
This is the execution layer. This is the #1 in the game right here.
So why is trading infrastructure a priority for you right now?
Well, I think it's going to be increasingly important. So one, obviously, from our perspective, Solana, very important ecosystem. We've doubled down on working with Solana, and seeing Nitesh, just seeing the journey he's been on, he's been really focused on low latency, as you described, but also best pricing execution, right? These are all the important things. Like when you think about, going back to what I was saying before, when agents take over, it will come down to who has the most efficient Lego blocks, right? You're going to need to be able to win on pricing. You're going to be able to win on your latency and speed of delivering transactions and your conversion rate, right? And then ultimately, a lot of this comes down to distribution. And a lot of this will ultimately come down to why I felt that there's a match made in heaven is, we already have leading distribution in the ecosystem, but we've been spending 7 years building a regulatory stack. And increasingly, we're not just going to move speculative crypto assets, we're going to move real products. We're going to move tokenized funds, tokenized treasuries, commodities, securities. And so to give the most frictionless experience possible to a customer, we have that KYC on file, we have that identity block, and then with one tap, you're going to have the same level of execution experience you would normally have with trading a Solana token. And so, with us, with DFlow, we'll take MoonPay to the #1 pole position on tokenized prediction markets. So really helps us, have a big checkbox in the tokenization vertical. And then also on execution, on track to do almost $60 billion in trading volume this year, hopefully even more. So we could not be more excited to have Natasha and the team. And really the team, it all comes down when we do these M&A transactions, everything is about the team. I see, when I look into new employees coming to MoonPay, I actually don't see us hiring any more employees. I see us hiring entrepreneurs. We need to bring entrepreneurs that really have the right mix of hustle, energy, creative problem solving, and Natasha and the team exhibit all of that. Very lean team, total staff, what you got?
13 people.
Pretty crazy, really impressive, moving billions and billions of dollars of value around, so we could not be more excited.
So Natasha, now that you're part of MoonPay, what's next?
Yeah, I think we're sort of at an inflection point right now. I think you see a trend of a lot of new tokenization of assets, and in parallel, you see agents and agentic finance come sort of into mainstream. So I think for us, a lot of our focus is to, one, continue what we've been doing with building the most robust trading infrastructure on Solana, but we're really going to make our products, one, AI first, and then at the same time, we're looking at a lot of things beyond just spot trading and into derivatives. Those are sort of the main focuses, and MoonPay is a great place to build all this because it's just a massive accelerant on the products we have. With MoonPay Stack, we can go a lot faster, really push the envelope, the frontier on Solana.
So Ivan, last question for you. A lot of people still think about MoonPay as just on and off ramps. And you guys
hopefully we changed the game today a little bit. We're moving in the direction, not just an on-ramp company, but an operating system for value.
That's right. Institutions, all sorts of asset classes, trading, prediction markets, all sorts of stuff. And so what does this now mean that MoonPay can do that others can't do?
Yeah, so I see them as all Lego blocks as described. And by doing all these different pieces, you start to see even more harmony across the stack. Really, I think a lot of it comes down to getting KYC and KYB right, because I think that's going to be a giant friction point for new users, especially if they want to access some of these newer instruments and newer products. And I think the other big focus for us has really been, as I said before, headless, right? How do you get to a place where we essentially had to rebuild our entire stack from scratch and say, how do we build at the lowest level from APIs? Because ultimately, the agents are just going to want to be able to find those things and execute them ruthlessly efficiently. So we had to do a lot of adaptation. When we started the product, it was really focused on humans and making a beautiful aesthetic experience for humans. That's probably less important. I mean, it's still important to get it right for mass adoption for everyone in the world, but for agents, they purely care about having these API endpoints that are phenomenal.
Yeah.
So if we can do all these different pieces well, you start to see even more synergies across that stack, and so that's why we've evolved beyond just on-ramps. On-ramps, very important, part of the ecosystem, still a very difficult challenge to solve. But when you start to combine on-ramps with something like execution, then it's like, okay, wow, now I can move into any asset on-chain frictionlessly. You can combine both those components and access, you can go from a card, Venmo, PayPal, any payment method directly into any asset on Solana, any prediction market, any tokenized asset. So all this is super exciting.
Now, I remember the first time we met in person was actually at Singapore Breakpoint in 2024. Right. And you'd approach us, and you were basically like, I want to go in on, I want to do a lot in Solana. I want to go all in on Solana. At the time, I was like, okay, that sounds awesome. We as an ecosystem were in a little bit of a different place. And I'm curious, like over the last year and a half after you decided that you wanted to make that investment in the Solana ecosystem, have you felt kind of like you were positively surprised? How's it gone for you?
Yeah, so I think Solana's a goated community. I'll say that first. I think number two, just the best builders, right? And you're attracting some of the most incredible talent to work on Solana. I think a lot of it comes down to the talent, right? You're ultimately going to become even more efficient. You're going to continue upgrading Solana. And so you got to attract the developer mindshare. If you get the right developer mindshare, then you're going to have the best products. And ultimately, that's the main reason that we chose, let's go all in with Solana. These guys get UX. They understand the experiences. They're solving real problems for real people. So yeah, we're honored to be part of it.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, guys. And from on-ramps to trading to everything in between. So that's what we're about here at Solana as well. We get asked a lot, are you guys about payments? Are you focused more on payments? Are you focused more on trading? We've always said, when you think about the ways you use money, you don't segment it like that. You have money. You want to use it for different things at different times in different ways, and you've got to be able to provide all of that in the same environment, and that's the whole value proposition.
Yeah,
so.
That's why we're not just an operating system of money anymore. It's an operating system of value, because we're expanding the definition of money. It's going to essentially anything you can put on chain. So transact everything. Let's see. Let's go.
Killer, guys.
Thank you.
Can we get another round of applause for these legends and this amazing, exciting news? How are we feeling? Are we good? That was silence. How are we feeling? Miami, are we good? Thank you. This is the Solana conference. Get a little more energy in here. All right, up next, as I mentioned a year ago, there is some really incredible regulatory changes. The whole landscape of crypto has become so much more welcoming in the US. And as special guests, we have the one and only, I've heard he is the crypto king of legislation of the Senate. We have Senator Bernie Moreno, and interviewing him, we have the one and only Miller Whitehouse Levine from the Solana Policy Institute. Big round of applause, please.
Good morning, all. It's still morning, so it's a good first day here at Accelerate. We have the Crypto King of Congress, I think it is, here with us today, Senator Bernie Moreno. Senator Moreno, you found crypto before crypto found you. When's the first consensus you went to? How do you know crypto so well?
So I went to the first conference in 2012, so a long time ago. There was a lot less people, and there was a lot more questions about whether this is a real industry or not. And I've only been a senator for 15 months, so this has been quite a transition for me.
And how has it been on the policymaking side of the industry versus actually working in the industry?
Well, you know, it's very similar, honestly. People don't take you seriously. People don't know what they're talking about. You have to convince people of a lot of things that seem like they're common sense. But ultimately, because of President Trump, we're making a lot of progress. We passed the Genius Act. Next week, we're going to mark up the Clarity Act in the Senate, which is a big deal. Can we get an amen for that one? And we have to merge it with, not to give you all the inside baseball, but there's a bunch of committees that have jurisdiction, so we have to put it all into a tidy package. But we'll get it on the president's desk before the end of June, and it'll sign into law before July 4th.
Give us a bit of those pieces that have to fall together. This audience is begging for clarity, so I think they know a bit of the details.
Well, so I'm on the banking committee, so we obviously have jurisdiction on a lot of the SEC issues in the bill. The agriculture committee, believe it or not, has jurisdiction because of the Commodities Futures Trading Commission, so they have already passed that section. We have a piece in judiciary, there's a piece in ethics, so we have to put all the 4 committees' reports into one bill, get that on the floor, pass it in the Senate, and then the House has to pass what we passed. Once that happens, then it becomes a law once the president signs it. And I think all that happens before July 4th, which is actually pretty remarkable. I know it's been a long time coming, but 2 years ago, there was an all-out assault in Washington, D.C. against the entire industry. So in 2 years, we've passed Genius, stablecoins, that's now the law of the land. We're seeing huge adoption. And now we'll have the Clarity Act happen, which basically allows massive innovation to happen. In fact, for me, that's the most exciting thing, is how many of you are going to create new companies and new businesses because now you have total clarity on what the rules of the road are.
What are the outstanding issues that you think are going to have to get ironed out to see it move forward? Yield was a big one. I think most folks on Twitter saw the drama. It seems like that may have been resolved.
No, I don't, actually, I got to say it carefully, I don't think there's actually any outstanding issues. Yield and interest has been resolved. Look, the banks were never going to be happy. That was a point I made 6-7 months ago. They wanted the full repeal of Genius, and they really don't want clarity to pass because they don't want what they view as legitimizing an industry that is a threat to them. So the banks are never going to be happy, but they're going to be fine. Yield is resolved. Ethics will be resolved. The ag issues are resolved. And the Section 1960 is in a good place. I think we're there. I think that's why we're ready to mark out the bill next week. This will be the law of the land. And my challenge to all of you is, once this gets signed into law, go create, go innovate, create these great technologies here in the United States of America. And that's what makes me excited about the future, is what you guys are capable of doing now that we've done our job. And hopefully you don't have to spend as much time worrying about what Washington, D.C. is going to do as you have been over the last 5 years.
Putting policy conferences out of business is the business we're in.
Yep.
You mentioned Section 1960. There's a lot of developers in the room, and you've been a huge advocate for developer protections in the bill. Can you explain why that's an important issue and why you think the Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act is a critical piece?
Well, it's absolutely critically important. Look, I developed, after I sold my car dealerships, we built a tech company, I developed tech myself. It was really more of an education process with my colleagues to explain what developers do and then how the code goes into the wild. And I had to use, quite frankly, some silly analogies, which is if somebody gets murdered on a sidewalk, we don't hold the guy who built the sidewalk criminally liable for that murder. They built a sidewalk. So I think those kinds of analogies, believe it or not, as clumsy as they are, actually opened a few eyes. So we need to protect developers. You have no idea how your code eventually is going to be used, and that's why that certainty of knowing that you as a developer are not going to be held liable was really, really important. Quite frankly, a few of my colleagues didn't want to let go of that because we unfortunately in Washington, D.C. are seeing an anti-innovation culture come into Congress, which is something I never expected, honestly. They're using fear tactics as a way to stifle innovation in America. The times that I put on the tinfoil hat, I wonder if that's China embedding this because we're in this binary race with China to innovate here versus there. And I find it very disappointing when I see my colleagues lead with fear, like whether it's crypto, whether it's developers, whether it's software, or now AI and data centers. There's this massive amount of misinformation that's out there that's causing a reaction in DC, and I'm working hard to make certain that we stay on track. There's a country built by pioneers, built by people who are fearless about who embraced change and embraced the future, and we can never lose that here in America.
What else has moved the needle with your colleagues? I think the Senate's had quite an education over the last 14 months on crypto issues. In addition to simple analogies, what have you found to be effective?
Well, you guys have moved the needle. When you guys are advocating and speaking in one voice, educating my colleagues, it goes a long way. Sometimes it's obvious to say, but not a lot of my colleagues are experts in digital assets, shall I say it that way kindly, which is fine. So that education piece that you guys play, that's really, really important. Demystifying, by the way. This is an asset class, like any other asset class, and we shouldn't treat this asset class different than we would treat any other one. I think when you frame it that way for people, it really helps them get to where they need to be.
You've been a senator now for 14 months, working on crypto for the same amount of time. What has been the most encouraging and aspect of that work for you so far?
Well, I'd say the most fulfilling is being able to make a difference, right? Being able to plow through some of these objections, be in there helping make great policy, which I know is going to make the country better, and ultimately making a very simple argument. The future is going to happen with America or without it. Do we want to be central to this future and the most prominent player in this future, or do we want to take a back seat? Obviously, that's not acceptable for us in DC to take a back seat to anybody. The other piece is having my colleagues understand that the full potential of AI is impossible without digital assets and without crypto. That those two things go hand in hand, and not buy into the establishment players who just don't want to be disrupted. That's not what Washington, D.C. shouldn't be a place that people seek safe haven so that they themselves don't have to innovate and move forward.
Where do you see that overlap being most important? You know, I think the AI conversation in DC is very nascent, and there are a few big players. So I'm curious where you think the overlap of crypto and AI will be felt in Washington.
Sure. Well, the first and foremost is we have to get past all this misinformation around data centers. Make sure that data centers are not taking tax incentives. They're proactive on environmental impact, they're generating their own electricity, and focusing on how this makes us better humans and more productive humans. In terms of where it overlaps with digital assets, you can see a future of payments that are done by agents where they're paying each other micro payments to complete each other's exercises, to have a fully decentralized financial system. I think AI plays a big role in that. And you can't do that with fiat currencies. You need to have, for example, stable coins or other types of digital tokens that play a role in bringing these two things together.
I think the Genius Act was a massive win, and it feels wild that was only 12 months ago. I'm curious if you think that Genius Act passing validates the thesis that legal clarity is important for this industry to grow.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Look, you talk to people from different parts of the world, and now where they looked at America as being behind, they now look at America as being ahead. I think we're winning. You see the amount of stable coins that are especially on business-to-business transactions, Forex, that type of thing. I think we're dollarizing the world, and that's a very positive thing for the United States. I think certainly the Europeans are now probably too far behind to even compete. So now it's just basically us versus China. But they've tried to put, obviously the BRICS movement, if you notice, is kind of dead now. Because if you put 4 shitty currencies into a package, you still have a shitty package versus the US dollar that's strong. And having companies out there selling digital dollars and buying treasuries is a dream for people in Washington, D.C. We should have not only embraced that, we should say thank you. Thank you for going out there and dollarizing the world and buying more of our treasuries. That's a great thing, not a bad thing.
Have your colleagues internationally woken up to the importance of stablecoins, or are they too far behind, to your point?
I think in Europe they're too far behind, and that's the lesson we should learn on AI. The EU is a mess. You got too many countries with too many disparate agendas and opinions. The same thing can happen here in the United States. You can't have 50 regulatory bodies to develop AI here in America. We need one federal standard with federal preemption to say this is the rules of the road, this is the guardrails, go create. Look, we had that mantra. When I was a kid, that's what the policymakers did that allowed the internet to boom and succeed here in America. They weren't micromanaging the rollout of the internet. Had they, by the way, we would have lost that battle. And look at the companies and innovation and wealth that was created in this country as a result of having the internet blossom and bloom here in the US. Same thing's gonna happen with future technologies. And the crypto industry has just been the one most abused, honestly, but it's now starting to seep into other innovations.
Why do you think that's been the case?
Because we're jumping into this world of fear, where we're worried about what comes next. We look at companies, right? Like when I was a kid, I used to get the Sears catalog. The Sears catalog is Amazon, just a digital version of it. Sears could have created that, but they were afraid. They did not innovate. The same thing happened with Blockbuster Video versus Netflix. There's a culture that says, we don't want any more change. Change is bad. We have to embrace change, embrace the future, and not fear it. We create the future. And that was always the mantra of the United States. That's what made this country different and unique. And unfortunately, there's a movement to go the other way. And as long as I'm in the United States Senate, I'm going to be the voice that says, we embrace the future, we create it, we innovate. That's what makes America unique.
Markup next week and passing the Clarity Act, I think, is an important part of embracing that. What can folks in the room be doing to help you and colleagues supportive of this legislation get over to the finish line? And I'm curious whether you agree that it's a now or never moment, it feels like.
Oh, absolutely. Look, if we screw this up, and by the way, we can still get defeat of the jaws of victory for sure. Call your congressman, call your senators especially, Send them a letter. They actually do, that actually does matter. Make your voice heard. That's the most important thing you can do. But look, I'm very optimistic. I think we get this thing across the finish line. And what I'm more optimistic about is what you guys will do once you know that you have that certainty that you need to go out and create the future. And the future is going to be pretty amazing.
Senator, thank you for coming to your consensus 14 years after your first. That's a crazy fact. And thank you for your leadership. We appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Isn't this fantastic? There's going to be crypto regulations where builders and founders can actually know what the regulations are and not build in fear. That's incredible. I also have to apologize. I realize I did not introduce myself. I am Becca. Some people call me Dr. Becca, not a medical doctor, just a philosophical doctor. But it's my absolute honor to be here. I've been growing Solana ecosystem since, I don't know, 2021, early 22, and you know, it's just a big family reunion. And we have more family coming to the stage. We have Kraken and the block. So we have Arjun Sethi, the CEO, and Kraken, and we have the one and only Gareth Jenkinson, who is the head of multimedia at the block. Big round of applause for Arjun and Gareth.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Gareth Jenkinson. For those of you that don't know me, I've been in the industry for quite a long time, since 2017. I was with Cointelegraph for 5 or 6 years, and I've recently joined the block. It's a great pleasure to be in conversation with Arjun from Kraken today. It's been an interesting couple of weeks, news-wise, for you guys. Backstage, you kind of said to me, ask me anything and everything. I think the MoneyGram news that came out today is the most sort of top of mind, but you also have the acquisition of Bitnomial. For everyone out there, can you give us a kind of TLDR behind these deals?
Yeah, so thanks for having me. Look, if you take a look at the overall ecosystem, over the last 10 years, we went from BTC to ETH to other layer 1, layer 2s, including Solana. And a lot of the fight has been, or the innovation has been around, what's the type of collateral that we're going to have moving forward that we can get access to, or trade, or speculate, or save, store, etc. And real-world assets has become a larger part of that, right? So if you take a look at the DeFi ecosystem, including Hyperliquid, and you see what's being traded, it's silver, it's gold, it's oil, etc. So a part of our whole goal has been multi-product, multi-asset across Payword and its products and services, including Kraken. And so our focus has been how do we enumerate more of those products, not just rest of the world, but within the United States and Europe. And so part of the Bitnomial acquisition, it's not like a secret, is that we're going to do crypto perps, then equity perps, and other type of assets.
What's the timeline on that? Can you say?
Well, I'm hoping that we can just continue to push any of this, what I call permissionless innovation, through the regulated stack as soon as possible. So I'm hoping sometime this year.
Let's talk about X stocks. It's been about a year. You guys launched in June 2025. Very, very impressive numbers in terms of actual trading activity. In your mind, what's the last year been like? Are you quite happy with where you're at right now before we dig into the meat of it?
I think you have market cyclicality up and down, right? Depending on the type of assets people want access to. And so am I happy at any given time? The answer is no, because we want to grow as fast as possible. But I think what's more important is where is the demand coming from? What are the assets? Are they trading? Do they want to save? Do they want to borrow? Do they want to lend? How do you do that in a safe way for all of our customers? And given the environment, I think you're just seeing more and more of that, frankly, in new developing economies rather than developed economies. And then the inverse happens when it comes to speculation. So they kind of converge together at the same time. That's like what I call a perfect storm. You don't always see that. And I think when you look at that market cyclicality, that's what you want to be able to see.
What's the barrier in your mind? Correct me if I'm wrong, but US users right now can't trade X stocks on the platform. How do you address that? What's the actual barrier there? And is that going to be the big unlock in terms of really like a huge amount of trading activity?
Yeah, so similar to what we've done in Europe and the rest of the world, is that we work with the regulators to come out with a framework around what it means to be able to get access to tokenized equities. And I think these types of products take longer than currencies, right? Like when you think about USDT, USDC, it's a form factor that's easy to be able to use because it makes sense and you can price your goods and services on that. So fast proliferation. But the next thing you do is how do you save assets? How do you store it? How do you think about the future of what compounding could look like? And we use these terms, but for someone who's a small to medium business, it's just a different framework. And so equities becomes a large part of that. But like, what do they want access to? They want access to NVIDIA. They want access to Tesla. They want access to McDonald's. It's a lot of these names that they think of as safe. It may or may not be, but they think of it as safe compounding businesses. And so they want access to that. So that's where most of the demand has been. And so we focused on like the top 50. Now we've moved to the top 100. And then later on this year, we'll be able to get every asset on the equities available, including ETFs for constituents worldwide. Every time we launch a new asset on any of the platforms that we partner with, on the XStocks initiative, you just see this massive demand pop up because they're looking for it now more than ever. So we've probably grown more over the last 3 months than we did in the first year.
When it comes to XStocks and tokenized equities, especially on chain, there's a lot of competition. 2 weeks ago, I was at Paris Blockchain Week and I had a really fascinating conversation with Ben Zhao, who's the CEO of Bybit, and I kind of put it to him as well, like, how does this play out? In my mind, most cryptocurrency exchanges will become venues where people are able to trade Bitcoin, Ethereum, a wide variety of cryptocurrencies, and then tokenized equities. What differentiates who kind of wins, and do you think it is a winner-take-all type situation?
Yeah, the answer to all of this is pretty simple. Is in order to have movement, or people think about what they want to do with that collateral, is the ability to borrow against it, lend against it, and get a yield on top of it, right? Like what else can you do with the asset besides hold it? And that's been basically the biggest problem with any of these real world assets is like, well, what do you do with it when you have access to it or it sits in your coffers? And so a lot of the initiatives we push ourselves and with other partners is great. Well, you can trade it now just like spot, but can you lend against it? Can you borrow against it? Can you margin against it? Can you get leverage against it? And can you do that in a permissionless way? And I think this is where you have a lot of conversations around this tokenized permissioned world, which is what you see in these regulated markets. It's the same thing as when people used to say, let me build like a on-prem version in the cloud. Like that message doesn't make any sense. And so in order for people to build and innovate products and services on top of real world assets, it has to be permissionless.
Yeah. When it comes to being permissionless, do you think it's a no-brainer that this should be happening on platforms like Kraken and all the main exchanges? And if you look at some of your competitors in the space, what have they been able to move a bit faster than you, and what would be the reason for that?
I think if you take a look at the overall ecosystem, if you just take a look at raw numbers and where assets are sitting, it's either very concentrated, which is there's a speculation of what that really means, is like who's really buying that, or it's much more proliferated and evenly distributed. If you take a look at most of what we've been able to do, not just with us, but with Bybit, with BNB, with Tron recently, is it's proliferating at a faster pace with independent holders. And those independent holders are only holding a couple $1,000, which I think is like quite exciting and performative in its own view. But these things take time. It's not like you're going to see this massive step up. And so in 8 years, when we're talking about this, we're going to be talking about like real world assets hitting $1 trillion plus. Today they're in the multiple billions, so it's very small in the overall ecosystem. Even within crypto, given that crypto's grown up over the last 15 years. So in order to get there, you're just going to have multiple use cases. And I go back to what I said before, which is like, how do you borrow against it? How do you lend against it? And how do you actually get money movement on top of that asset?
When it came to building these products out, I'm very curious about like the length of time and the actual like custody of like the equities themselves. Can you talk a little bit more about like behind the scenes, what the technicals look like when you're offering someone a Tesla stock on Kraken or any other exchange? Yeah,
so everyone has different versions of it, right? And when you tokenize something and you wrap it, the question ends up being like, what can you do with it? And so, who's custodying it? Is it actually backed one-to-one, similar to how you think about USDT and USDC? And I think the number one concern for folks has been, okay, well, how do you disclose what you have, and then what can you actually do with it? If you look at the vast majority of, let's say, DTCC and all these initiatives that are happening in the United States, They have this perspective that let's create a utopian world where like you get access to everything, when the number one problem is do I just have access to the asset? So if you're sitting in Argentina in your small to medium business and you want to hold a certain number of assets, regardless of what it is, gold, equities, stablecoin, what you really care is like what you can do with that capital. You may not care as much, at least today, about proxy votes or governance votes or like, can Elon get his next, grant if he hits his milestones? While those may be important, they just care less about it today, and then so it'll evolve over time. A lot of what we've structured is like, how do you make it permissionless? How do you get access to it? It's not just a Kraken thing. It's an XSOX platform. How does it get on Solana? How does it get on ETH? How does it get on every single ecosystem that's out there? And then how does every ecosystem partner, how are they able to be successful by providing these services where we just continue to reduce the cost, hopefully down to zero over time, where 90 to 95 or even 100% of the economics go to the partners and the customers themselves. And that's what our goal has been. And we can promote that because we've got liquidity on our exchange and other partners along the way.
Obviously, we're at Solana Accelerate, and Xstocks, connects with Solana. Can you talk a little bit about that? Like, I think that really encompasses making this permissionless, right? Because a US user, like on Kraken, might not be able to do it, but they can trade tokenized securities on Solana directly thanks to these integrations that you've got going on. So not to say that you're sidestepping the rules, but that's what permissionless infrastructure allows us to do, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, look, Solana was our first partner, right, getting this out. So we spent a lot of time on the regulatory side explaining what this would look like from a centralized way and a decentralized way. And we were able to launch with Solana while we were able to also launch within Europe. And so I think what's great is that you've got the decentralized exchange world, you've got other developers in the ecosystem that have been eager to add these assets. And so we talked to, like the pipeline is like thousands of developers that are thinking, okay, well, what can I do with it? And so a lot of it, again, goes back to education around, well, what are these assets? What do they look like? How are they backed one-to-one? How can you feel safe and secure about it? And now how do you build products and services on it? And the great thing about Solana and some of the other ecosystems, but again, number one was, we know this is going to take a long time. We know it's not like a fast meme craze, but this is really important for the overall development ecosystem, but the underlying customers, regardless of where they are. And so if you want this type of innovation to also exist within the developed markets or here in the United States, I think it's really important that all the ecosystem layers play a part in it as well. So Solana's probably been at the forefront as a partner, not on like a quarter-by-quarter basis, but by day-by-day, week-by-week basis.
Let's just gauge the room very quickly. Does anyone own any tokenized stocks, and are you doing it on Solana? It's like a handful of hands, not too many people. Why do you think that not more people are putting up their hands?
Yeah, so from what I count, it's roughly 10%. Like I said, I think it takes time. But if you asked everyone, do they have collateral in USDC and USDT today, it's going to be 99%.
Yeah.
But if you ask the same question, 5-10 years ago, it was 10%. Yeah. So it just takes time to sort of add these assets. And I go back to the basics. What are all the other protocols and ecosystems around borrowing and lending going to look like for tokenized equities?
Yeah. I found it very interesting. There were some headlines around the IPO, and it made it sound like it was new news about the IPO, but I don't know how much you can say right now about timelines of the IPO and what you guys are really hoping to achieve with this milestone.
Yeah, so for any company that, in my opinion, and we're another hat where we have an asset management company, a lot of the feedback and advice we give to any company is, okay, well, you want to make sure that you're set up at a foundational level for durable growth. And durable growth means that it's like a compounding over a certain period of time. You've got predictable cash flows in another area where you can invest in other parts of the market that might be, or in your company that are volatile. And so trading is a volatile category, regardless of the ecosystem you're in, commodities, equities, et cetera. Asset management, banking, insurance, SaaS revenue, at least in the past, were more predictable, and that has its oscillations. And so a lot of what we've been building out is great. We started off in trading, then we added assets under management and assets under custody, and we call AOP, assets on platform. And what are the yields that we can give back to our customers, but also generate revenue for ourselves at the same time? That's what we've been building, and that doesn't happen overnight. That's going to take 3, 5, 10 years.
Yeah. My last question to you, because we've got a minute. Last year I was at ECC when Robinhood announced that their tokenized security offering. They chose to build it on an Ethereum L2. Do you think that it matters the infrastructure that people are bringing tokenized equities on chain, or do you think it should be pretty platform agnostic? And what has been your approach to allow you to branch out onto all the different infrastructure?
Look, take what we do out of it. I think the most important piece is that people are educating themselves on this is important. And how do you move from the old world TradFi collateral systems where the settlements took days, weeks, in some cases months, depending on the asset, and how do you move it to 24/7 immediately right now, where you get access to your asset that you own? That's just going to take some time. And so as more and more onboarding happens, not just with people all over the world that have a couple $1,000s, but like mid-market, enterprise institutions where they're providing this back to, let's call it retail customers, that's going to make the big difference. And that means being patient with it. So all the headlines that you see that people talk about, like this is going to change the world, it's not going to change tomorrow, but I think it will in 8 to 10 years.
That's all we have time for, ladies and gentlemen. Big round of applause for Arjun. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much.
All right. One of the things we love about our ecosystem is our incredible founders. They ship nonstop. And our next special guest is one of our favorite shippers. He is the one and only. He is the co-founder and CEO of Jito, which, as you know, is doing big things. They have announcements every single day. You might know him as Buffalo. A round of applause.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lucas Bruder, and I'm the CEO of Jito Labs. I'm here to tell you today about what we've been working on. Solana has everything it needs to host the world's markets, except the product. We can change this. We've done it before. In October of 2022, we released our validator client, Jito Solana. We built it because we believe spam would be the largest problem Solana would face. We released it 2 weeks before the largest existential threat for Solana at the time. Nobody wanted to touch Solana, but we stayed. Even though it was rough around the edges, we saw a well-designed system. At the end of 2023, we launched JTO. Then, something crazy happened. In 2024, there were so many people trading on Solana. The thing we predicted became true. Our infrastructure was there to save the day. Today, Solana is doing more transactions per second than all other chains combined. We believe it is the best suited blockchain to host the financial markets of today and the future. We spent 4 years in every corner of this network trying to make it run more smoothly. While doing that, we saw a gap. So now, while trying to help the network run more smoothly, we're going to help you get more out of it. Look at yourself. You are not the trader you were a year ago. You're trading at real positions, real risk. You are not a crypto trader anymore. You're a trader. Every tool on Solana was built for who you used to be. You felt it. The next era needs tools for who you become.
The market. You look at it every day.
Good job. Pretty good. Very good.
Chase trades you didn't think through. Take fills you didn't ask for. Pay spreads nobody told you about. This is not you. 8 tabs at 3 in the morning. Look at yourself. The trader in the reflection. I am you. And I'm telling you, you deserve better. Evolve. but you are not who you were. JTX.
JTX is where smart money trades everything. We've thought through every interaction, every pixel, and every millisecond. We built it for the trader you've become. And we built it to take sexes on. Sex is the floor, and JTX is the ceiling. Today, Solana already wins on price. I have Sol USD and BTC USD prices up here from on-chain, Solana versus SEX. In the green, Solana, and in the red, SEX. Solana is already cheaper on price. This isn't new. It's been public for months. But you still don't trade here. Why? Pros know in 1 second. 1 second. That's all it takes to know if a product was built for you. Nothing on Solana was, until now. It's built for how you trade now. It's not a swap box. It's not a sniper. It's a trading environment. It's modular. There's persistent data in your charts. There's an order book view. This is yours. Every product on Solana today is a single tool. You want to move size, but you don't want to work for it. Input a size, 1 click, best fill on Solana. This is institutional grade execution, from hundreds of dollars to millions. It's every order a pro needs. Limit orders, take profit, stop loss, TWAP, scale. You should trade like a pro, because you are one. On JTX, we're bringing the receipts. What you paid, what fair value is, what a SEX would have charged. We think on-chain is ready for serious size. The data proves it. There's no hidden fees, no guessing. Now you know. We spent 4 years inside of Solana's execution layer. JTX is what that time built. BAM is live, and JTX is the first product built for it. That's why it's going to be the best place to trade. So our roadmap. At launch, spot trading, pro orders. In the near future, prediction markets. We'll have perps via Phoenix perps and anything else we need to trade every market in the world. One account, one execution layer. Every trade on JTX generates fees. 80% of those fees go to JTO. If you refer a trader, you get 20% of their fees forever. Scan the QR code or go to jtx.trade to sign up. The next era of Solana trading starts with JTX. This is how we trade every market in the world. It goes live in July. The more people you refer, the earlier access you get. Thank you. Let's cook.
All right. Another round of applause for Buffalo. Thank you. All right. So, as we know, AI is a thing. It has exploded in the last few years, and agentic commerce has become a whole world unto itself on Solana. Here to share all of his thoughts, he's the one and only Rish. He's one of my favorite people. I have the pleasure of working with him every day at Foundation, and he brings an incredible amount of big brains and joy. He is the head of AI growth, and he's going to share some big brain thoughts. Huge round of applause for Rish.
Good afternoon. Is my on? Good afternoon, everyone. How are we all doing today? My name is Rish, and I head up AI growth over at the Solana Foundation. And to get things started today, I want to kick off by introducing you all to some of the AI team members we have over at Solana. Some familiar faces, no doubt. It's obvious to say that in this new era of LLMs and AI frameworks, the way that we do work is fundamentally shifting and changing every single day. But our new teammates have some limitations. Here's an example of our founder, Toli, trying to build an app. And the AI is handling all the coding, it's doing all the design, but the minute that it needs a Helios RPC to actually use a service, he's reverting to texting the founder of the project that he personally knows. First problem is not everyone can do that. And second is, although these tools can feel like magic, the minute you actually have to pay for a service, pay for specific data, pay for content that you might need or require, everything seems to fall apart. And that's because fundamentally, the internet of today was not built for agents. It was built for human users like you or I that might sign up with an email, sign up with a credit card, set up billing, set up subscriptions. But agents that are moving autonomously and spending tokens more rapidly than we can actually input them, these are bottlenecks for them. So something that we've been continually thinking about at the Solana Foundation, as well as with our partners in the ecosystem, is how can we use Solana, a permissionless financial technology, to enable agents to pay for any service that they might need on the internet on their own. So it is my absolute pleasure to now introduce Pay.sh. Pay.sh lets your AI discover tools for any API that it might need and pay for it using Solana stablecoins, without any account, without any API keys. And we're really excited to bring on board Google Cloud as a collaborator for this project. With Pay, there are over 75 services in a single catalog that any agent can discover, access using MPP or X402 payment rails, and pay using their favorite Solana stablecoin, whether that's USDC, USDT, Cash, PYUSD, and fundamentally pay as you go for every single service, meaning no APIs, no accounts, no subscriptions, no contracts. Today, Pay is launching with official Google Cloud APIs, including BigQuery, Gemini, Cloud Run, as well as over 50 community APIs from ecosystem facilitators. But why just talk about it? Let's actually see Pay in action. So as you can see here, we just have a Claude desktop app, and I can ask Claude, hey Claude, what is my Pay balance? And Claude can see, can check, and basically get that we have $18.43 in our wallet. No SOL is required for any payments. Everything is done just using a stablecoin. So then the second question might be, OK, you have this wallet, you have a balance. What all can you do with it? And so I can ask Claude again, what all can I do with Pay? And it'll list out the full catalog of services that we basically have. So you can see a range of things from AI to data to search, maps and location, email services, and as we roll out this product further over the next coming quarters, we'll be continuously indexing more stuff. So let's see what Pay can really do and give it a more interesting prompt. I'm a big coffee lover, and in Manhattan, I've always had this idea, how can I run a coffee pop-up in the city? How can I do competitor mapping, do some research and pull data from Google Places, pull some data from Reddit, pull some data from Exa, send an email using my agent, and generate a full report that is with Gemini as well. And as you can see, Pay is going through, and with each call, you can confirm what's happening along the way. Report has been generated. It's sending it using agent mail. And we've just called 6 APIs in a single prompt, cost 7 cents, which ordinarily would have required me to configure APIs and different accounts. And if you go over to my email address, you can see my Claude OS app just sent me an email with this report that I asked it for. And it doesn't just stop at web services as well. We released Pay internally at the Solana Foundation last week, and one of the most exciting services that people loved was how can you actually use Pay to buy physical goods and services? And one of the services that we're launching day one through Perch is discoverable buying goods on Amazon. So say I want to buy a coffee apron for this pop-up. It indexes the Amazon search, finds the different options, confirms with me, okay, which option do you want? What email address should you send this to? And basically, this is the new way that you can buy anything all within a single application without ever leaving your Claude app. And I sent something the other day over to the lab at Miami where I've been co-working for the past few days, and we can check out if Pay really did its job well and got us the right apron order. And we can see, CrossMint, we got our order confirmation, and wouldn't you know, Claude just ordered me an apron from its app. This is the future of agentic commerce as we see it. And I'm incredibly excited to introduce Devin Mitchum from the Google Cloud team to join us on stage to share a little bit more about the future of agentic commerce, stablecoins, and Solana. Devin?
Hey, how's it going? Let's do it, man.
Well, Devin, thank you so much for joining us today. It's really a pleasure to have you. And I know you're flying all the way from Singapore to chat about agentic commerce. And I'd love to just, at a high level here, how are you guys at Google thinking about agentic commerce from the payer side, from the user side, all of the above?
Yeah, great question. And GM, everybody, good to see the crowd here. A really exciting time. And again, congrats on the PaySH launch. So yeah, love this question. So long story short, some interesting trends that we're seeing here, at least from my perspective. So I've been at Google 20 years, used to build data centers for Google, got deep into the Web3 space. And I see a lot of parallels here with early cloud compute. Back when I started on Linux machines, you treat machines as individual pets, right? Very special things. Yep. Eventually, infrastructure as code came along, where software eventually took control of machines. And you could have software effectively spin up machines, spin down machines. Big moment, that built public cloud. Now we're seeing some very interesting schemes here where now you can have agents spin up code and spin up machines and have a whole economic flywheel. And of course could go deeper here, but I think much broader on a 20-year arc here. There's something quite interesting here when it comes to agentic payments, when you give a wallet a private key, a public key pair, some stable coins, give it an intent to make something happen. There's all sorts of very interesting patterns to be built, and looking forward to seeing where this goes.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely could not agree more. And it's interesting because really it's the convergence of a couple of technologies that are coming together at this point in time. You have these agentic frameworks, improvements in language models, crypto UX continually being abstracted some more. And that's ultimately coming to a place where if you're a web service provider, thinking about your business model, thinking about your new customer, is it necessarily the SaaS account that's signing up for 10 seats, or is it an agent that's calling your service from the LLM? From the Google Cloud perspective, how are you guys thinking about building these products and offering them to customers as well?
Yeah, great question. I'd say it starts with simplicity, right? And I'm sure a lot of people here have been in crypto long enough where crypto is very high friction, right? You need maybe a USB device, maybe a software wallet. There's a lot of complexities. That's before you even get into the user interface, going to a site, logging into a site. All these mechanical hoops that we have to jump through as users, right, to be able to trade on these decentralized rails. And I think one thing that's actually quite interesting, if you're a developer, if you're a startup, if you're an institution looking in this space, is that UX surface area is compressing. And as this turns into code, and as agents have intelligence and an ability to understand front ends or understand how to talk to an API socket to purchase or procure a resource temporarily, you have a whole new pattern, and I would argue the friction also collapses. So I think it'll get quite interesting where once the friction collapses, you can have much more maybe sophisticated use cases here where agents can, again, act on your intents, solve atomic transactions, settle efficiently in terms of gas or routes or searcher solver approaches. It all comes back to, I think, just the intelligence that this unlocks and the friction that it removes.
I mean, the design space is really interesting, and I guess just as a last takeaway for anyone who's here today, what's something we should look forward to? Well, what do you encourage builders, developers who are curious about agentic payments to check out?
Yeah, good point. I'd say it's quite early in the space. Technology, obviously, it's moving in different patterns here, but what's I think most exciting is, hey, if you're building in Web3, there's a lot of interesting use cases that can be solved for. Also think outside of Web3. Think about retail brands, think about entertainment, culture, expression. There's all sorts of interesting ways that these agentic primitives can go beyond the Web3 space. I'd say that's number one. Number two, is really lean into open source, open tooling. You know, as part of this collaboration, we launched a public data set indexing all these X402 transactions. There's a lot of great tools out there you can find, a lot of great sites to look at this economy. Just chatting with my Gemini bot last night, just yesterday on Solana, there's 18,000 transactions on X402, average ticket size, 28 cents, give or take. And there's this whole agentic economy, and it's happening now. So I would just encourage, be curious and explore and build.
Well, Devin, thank you so much. It's been really exciting to work together over the past few months and excited to see the reception of Pay.sh over time. Pay is live today. All the code is open source and the docs are open as well. So please check it out, and thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thanks, Devin.
All right, friends, we have had senators and AI and infrastructure, and up next, it's not clear exactly because they do so many things. Gabe is like, yeah, we just do, we just do stuff, and we've never done a crypto project, and he's here, he's gonna tell you more stuff, because I tried to squeeze some information out of him, but he will give all the alpha. Give a huge round of applause for Mischief's Gabe Whaley.
All right. Yeah. Cool. What's up, everyone? All right. My name is Gabe. I'm the founder of Mischief. Maybe 10 days ago, I was asked to come here and give a talk, and I was like, gosh, what will I talk about? Mischief's never actually done a crypto project. Maybe people will know about Mischief, maybe they won't. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cover some bases for a couple of minutes, and then I'm going to do something that Mischief has never actually done, which is I'm going to submit a request for partnerships. So I'm not here to brag on our projects. I'm not here to do a keynote or to launch a product. I'm going to talk about speculative projects that we have not yet figured out how to do, and maybe someone in the audience knows something that I don't, and we have potential to work together. So a little bit of background. A couple of years ago at Art Basel Miami, which I guess is here, yeah, I guess the last time I've been here was Art Basel Miami, we jerry-rigged this ATM machine, a real working functional ATM machine, which I don't know if you know, but you can get them for like $3 grand a pop and set them up on your street corner, sidewalk, whatever, and make passive income that way. We learned that the harder way because our initial vision was, instead of just an ATM machine, let's attach a digital leaderboard to it that ranks people based on how much money they have in their remaining account balance, turning the idea of flexing your wealth into a competitive game. Of course, the best place to put that was here at Miami Art Basel. And of course, everyone did exactly what we predicted they would do. Celebrities started showing up, clocking in at $3 million. A huge crowd started gathering around the ATM machine, so much so that the art fair ended up assigning 5 extra security guards around our booth because the crowd would get so big that they would start bumping into the art on the walls of the side-by-side galleries. Here's another one that plays with some themes that I think are relevant to this space. A while back, I bought a Damien Hirst spot painting. Not a painting, a print, which still goes for like 30,000 US dollars. Bought it for 30,000 US dollars. When I bought it, the dealer was like, congrats on your purchase. What are you going to do with this? I was like, probably do something at work. And he was like, great, people put this up at their offices all the time. That's amazing. By the way, congrats. This will probably 2x in value over the next 3 to 4 years. What he did not know is that later that night, me and my team ended up slicing every single dot out of that painting and then selling each one for $500 a piece and then auctioning off the remaining skeleton for something over $100,000. So we definitely more than 2x that artwork essentially overnight. Another one, PT Cruiser, one of the most beautiful cars of all time. The game here was we had the key fob, which, as you probably know, you click it once, you unlock the door, you click it twice, it starts the car. We reverse engineered that thing and made 5,000 of them that we sold instantly for 25 bucks a pop before flipping the GPS on in the car and just letting the crowd do what they would with the vehicle. So over a span of like 8 months, thousands of people did a combination of cooperative collaboration to find the car, exchange hands, take it to different destinations, give it repairs, create artwork on the car. Others committed grand theft auto. They would find the car parked unawares, they would hijack it, they would steal it, and eventually this car made its way all the way from New York down through the Midwest and eventually to a final resting place in California, Arizona, where it got towed. And when it got towed, it was actually very funny because I got a call from the tow pound owner saying, hey, I think we have your car because this is under your name. But it's a really weird thing because people keep showing up with the key and all the keys work. So what's going on? Here's a weird one. There's two sort of like prevalent forces in the world right now. One is taxes. Everyone has to pay them. You guys hate them. The other prevalent force is anime. Anime is taking over everything. So us and our big brain schematics, we were like, you know what? Without thinking too hard, let's just jam these two worlds together and create a TurboTax competitor in the form of an anime dating simulator. So the way it works is you go on these cute virtual dates with this girl named Iris. And as you guys get to know each other, I mean, she asks you normal first date questions like, what do you do for work? How much money do you make? Are you actually single? Do you have kids? Whatever. And then eventually she asks you for what your social security number is. If you were willing to commit to the relationship at that point, she would then file your taxes, and we had 20,000 people use this to file their taxes in 2023. I'm not going to talk about that one. You guys have probably seen it. Okay, I think I only have a couple minutes left. Time for the request for partners. These are mischief projects that have not yet been done. I'm taking a bit of a risk by even talking about these here because theoretically there's nothing stopping you from taking these ideas and making them your own. If you do that, that's kind of cool though, so go for it. To start off, we need a boat. And not only do we need a boat registered in the United States. How many people here own a boat? All right, I'm talking just to you. Okay, so global tariffs, you know it's an issue. The cost of goods is skyrocketing, everything is in flux, luxury is down. We have experienced this firsthand because we manufacture a lot of luxury goods in Asia. Our thinking is, if we can change the place of manufacturing from China, hypothetically, to what might constitute as United States soil, i.e. a US registered boat parked 200 miles off the coast of China, with all of our factory workers and materials on that boat, maybe we can produce high-end leather goods that bypass tariffs. So I'll talk to you afterwards. We need a science lab. So speaking more about luxury, the issue with luxury is it's a little bit too accessible right now. How do rich people flex and show that they're truly rich when any poor person can get a dupe, can find something off the secondary market? How can we create this divide again that used to actually exist between the wealthy bourgeois and the proletariat? What we would like to propose is we would like to design a bespoke high-end designer STD. It doesn't cause any damage or weird icks of that nature, but what it does do is it proves verifiably that you have fucked to an nth degree a hot person or a wealthy enough person that was able to get their hands on this STD. So anyways, if anyone here has a science lab or has access to a science lab, we are looking for that. Next up, I need these two guys. So on the left, we have George W. Bush. Everyone recognizes him. To the right, you may not recognize this person, but that is the son of Osama bin Laden, Omar bin Laden. What do these two have in common? They are both actually quite good, prolific painters dealing with the subject matter of westward expansion and manifest destiny in America, which is crazy. So I need to get in touch with both of them separately without them knowing that I'm talking to them at the same time, curate their artworks, and throw a gallery show called Twin Painters, where they all end up showing up and we exhibit the work of these two potentially great artists of our time. Maybe this is the last one. We need a restaurant, preferably a restaurant that serves steak. Fun fact, and maybe you know this, maybe you don't, but there is a tick called the Lone Star tick, and when you get bitten by this tick, it basically deletes your ability to consume and process meat. So what we want to produce as a response to the global climate catastrophe is a restaurant called The Last Supper, where we completely deck it out. It is the best steak dinner you have ever had, like premium, Wagyu, porterhouse, whatever. But for dessert, we bring out a tick in this beautiful like golden container, and you receive a bite from that tick. It is the last meat you will ever consume. And then these random ideas, which I think I probably ran out of time. But we do aspire to make a nightclub. We do aspire to make a video game, a roller coaster. And if anyone has a line on a McDonald's franchise, I just want to open and run a McDonald's franchise for fun. So anyways, that's Mischief. That is our request for partners. You can find me at Gabe@Mischief. Cool. All right. Thank you.
Okay. We've got more guys coming up. Oh, look who it is. We have everyone's favorite bald Solana maxi. We know and love Mert in all the ways. He's a little spicy, but you know, he brings the fun. And he said it himself, Jesse says he's in the wolf's den, but this is the fun chain. We're friendly, we're supportive, and who doesn't love Solana? So, huge round of applause for the spiciness that is Mert and Jesse.
Good. We had a mic failure, so we're working through that. Woo! Hello, everybody! Happy Friday! It's not Friday. Feels like a Friday.
It is Tuesday. Yes. Well, Jesse, how are you? First of all, welcome.
Thank you.
How are you liking? Is this your first Solana event?
This is my first Solana event. I'm excited.
All right.
Yeah, I've seen the backstage. Backstage is very nice. I love the purple and green.
And anything you like so far that you've seen walking around? Anything interesting?
You know, a comment that a bunch of people have made is that there's a lot of suits, both at Consensus and in Miami in general right now. And
yes.
I think my observation is it feels like in the last year, a lot of the place where crypto is finding the most product market fit is shifting up market. And a lot of businesses are now starting to have real use cases where it's like, take this crypto technology and it makes my part of the business faster, cheaper, easier to run. And so that's the theme. That's what I'm seeing on the ground.
Cool. Well, maybe let's start there. Suits. Okay, so obviously recently crypto has been in this weird state where some of the early guys that are a little jaded, but the institutions and the banks and the financial institutions are extremely excited and coming on chain full force. What are some of the things you've seen in terms of like what they're looking for? And just how's your sentiment overall? Like in terms of this, you know, some early class people are a little tired, but then the new guys are super excited. Like, how are you philosophically thinking about this?
Yeah, well, I've now been doing this for 13 years, and it feels like we're at the start of a new chapter for sure. I mean, I think when I'm talking to the suits or whoever it may be up market, the three use cases that we're seeing start to gain real traction is payments, tokenization plus trading, which kind of fits in one bucket, and then the whole agentic world that I think is much more nascent. Payments is where I feel like we have the most product market fit today, both on the kind of cross-border payments for B2B use cases and for consumer use cases, somewhat on the FX, which we can talk about, where I think we're starting to see that emerge. And it's really just like money now is faster, cheaper, and more global. And that is this thing that when you put it into a business process that's doing payouts or pay-ins that previously has taken a few days, that now takes a few seconds, and is basically free, it just makes it work better. And so I think that kind of switch has flipped, and now you're seeing the kind of progressive adoption of that by basically every business in the world, and we're starting still at like less than 1%, so we have a long way to go. I think trading and tokenization, this is more kind of like emerging product market fit right now, where we're seeing almost every asset class be tokenized, whether that's tokenizing the actual spot asset in the form of tokenized equities, or tokenizing the market itself in the form of a perpetual that's accessible on chain. And I think what businesses are seeing value in that from is, again, the 24/7 aspect of it, where markets now are fully on all the time, the global aspect of it, and I think the composability aspect of it as well, where you're actually enabling this collateral or these markets to be useful across a programmable economy. And I was just looking today, I think it was Camino. Like Camino, for instance, has been having a ton of growth of tokenized real-world assets for borrowing. It's the same thing on Base, where we have things like SPXY, where you basically have people having tokenized S&P 500, and they're now using it for borrowing, lending across the entire ecosystem. And so that second pillar of tokenization and trading, I think, is kind of emerging. And then the whole agentic world of X402 payments, agents, being able to kind of operate more autonomously. I think that that's where there's a lot of excitement and there's a lot of noise right now. There's less like mainstream adoption, I'd say, but there's a lot of interesting stuff happening.
So you guys are the core guys behind X402.
Yep.
And you hear about AI and all sorts of different radical exaggerations. The Anthropic guy will say, "Oh no, it's going to take all the jobs." Sam will say, "Actually, it's fine, it's cool." And then in crypto, there's just noise because it's a speculative industry. But X402 seems to be one of the very, very few things that are actually useful as utility and has at least a potential to change how payments work on the internet. So maybe talk about, from your lens, why it makes sense, and for people who, they've probably heard of it, but they're probably not quite sure how to use it.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, X402 is an open standard that lets you do kind of just-in-time payments for HTTP requests. You can kind of think about it as a missing HTTP code that's been added on later, enabled by crypto. So it's open, it works across Base, it works across Solana, you're seeing adoption across those ecosystems and many more. And the easiest way to think about it from just a use case perspective is, instead of having to go and register for an API key and a developer dashboard, now you can just pay for something instantly, whether it's a paywall for an article or access to data. The place that I'm actually finding myself using it most is I use basically like a chat prompt all day. I have 4 different panes. I'm working constantly. And now whenever I'm doing market research in crypto, it's under the hood using X402 to pay a DeFi llama, or to pay an Allium, or to pay like other basically crypto data providers to give me access to data, which my agent's then operating on. And so that's just a thing where previously I would have had to have gone through this whole rigmarole, and now my agent can just search for different data sources and pull them in. And so I'd say that is, it's basically shown, okay, this protocol works. It has kind of early product market fit for payment for data and payment for inference. Like when you look at the actual data of X402 right now, those make up about 60% of use. The other 20% maybe is like trading data and trading activity, and then the other is kind of miscellaneous. And now I think the question is like, how do we scale it further? How do we get more people kind of providing kind of supply and generating demand?
So I would say, we covered tokenization, payments, AI. I think one thing that I like about Base is that you guys focused, and still do, focus on the creator economy type. And so, and I'm guessing you probably have some learnings from, what those users are doing, what are they looking for, how do you think the future for creator type markets emerge from here?
Yeah, and in 2025, a lot of our focus was on creators, and a lot of it was through the lens of tokenization. Basically looking at how we could use tokenization to take what I think is one of the most valuable assets in the world, which is basically all of the content that creators create right now, which is locked up in Web 2 platforms, and bring it into this open economy that's being built in crypto, and make it more fungible, more valuable, and actually put it back in the pockets of creators. And I'd say the biggest thing that we learned, 2 things maybe. One was that the technology really works. Like literally, you can tokenize anything right now. And we're seeing it with stocks, we're seeing it with bonds, we're seeing it with private credit, we're seeing it with receivables. You can tokenize it. And when you do that, you're basically moving the value into a new substrate where it can be much more useful. Because now that value can actually be composed with borrowing and lending. It can be operated on 24/7 instead of only 9 to 5. And so I think the big lesson for us there was like, the technology works. I think on the creators themselves, I think we found that maybe it was a little bit too early in the market adoption cycle. And when you look at where tokenization has the most kind of immediate opportunity for impact, it's in the existing financial assets that already exist rather than trying to create new ones. And so for 2026, that's what a lot of our focus is on right now. It's basically figuring out how do we make it so that if you're a developer building on Base or you're a consumer who's using an app that's powered by Base, you have access to every asset, you have access to every market, you have the tools to compose those things in really powerful, flexible ways. You have the tools to do that privately, you have the tools to do that anywhere in the world and make it fast, easy, and cheap. And so I think that kind of upgrading the financial system is probably the next proximate step that we're going to spend the next few years in as we kind of take all the learnings from the last few years.
All right. Well, you mentioned the word privacy, so therefore I must comment on it. You guys made an acquisition maybe a year or a few years ago on Glowfish. So one is I want to understand how Base thinks about privacy, but then two, I want to hear in your own frame how you think about privacy in crypto specifically, and what do you think about some alternative approaches that have been tried, such as the Cantons of the world?
Yeah. So I think privacy is a fundamental human right. Like at the end of the day, if we're talking about economic freedom globally, and we're talking about how do we increase economic freedom, giving people privacy is a key way to do that. And if you look at crypto today, I don't think we really deliver on that promise. Like all of the transactions that most of us are doing right now are happening on fully public ledgers, and there's there's some pseudonymity there, but I think for the most part, consumer transactions happening on public ledgers isn't a good kind of end state for where we're heading. And so I think the opportunity for Base, for Solana, for all of us is to figure out how do we get to that next level. I think there's two parts of it. One is how do you deliver what consumers already expect today? It is what I would consider kind of the norm, which is privacy from the public eye. So you might still have, a financial institution that has visibility or compliance has visibility, but you still have privacy from all of the public knowing what you're transacting on. I think that's going to be an important part of it. And I think the second important part of it is going to be actually delivering full privacy so that you can act in a fully sovereign way anywhere in the world. I think Base, we're focused on, sorry, I'm something in my throat. I think Base is focused on both of those.
One thing I'm curious on is obviously Base and Solana have went at each other, I would say in a mostly productive way, unlike my thoughts on certain permission chains at least. What do you think, what are some things that you guys like from Solana in terms of strengths that you would like to see on Base?
Yeah, I mean, I was reflecting on this, and I think one of the things that Solana has really, two things that I think Solana has really gotten right. One is the focus on trading culture. Where I think that Solana has leaned in really over the last couple of years to build a trading culture, both from a there's going to be consumer trading activity that's happening here, but also from an infrastructure perspective, we're going to IBRL. We're going to focus on figuring out how do we make trading infrastructure that works and can kind of push the limits of market design. And so, for instance, prop AMMs, that was something that we saw emerge on Solana. I think that that's a result of that investment that the community's made. The other thing that I'd say, is something I kind of admire about Solana is just the grit, right? Solana went through the down market, FTX, the price going really low, and people kept building. And if there's one thing I've learned in 13 years of doing this, it's you just got to keep showing up. And I feel like Solana keeps showing up. What about you on the Base side? Anything you're seeing?
Of course, yes. Well, I would say I really like the new Forex thing that you guys are doing. For those that don't know, Base I think has a pretty strong focus now, it seems, on foreign currencies. And I always thought that was kind of weird that it doesn't necessarily exist in crypto. So I think that's, even if it's, sometimes, you have good coins, but then sometimes you have shit coins like the Canadian dollar, which, I would not recommend, but sometimes you have no choice. I think that's super cool. I think things like CBBTC, where you have trust, because Coinbase is known for trust, that's the whole thing. And so if you are able to leverage that to bring assets on chain, but then make them composable across chains, right? So Coinbase Bitcoin is actually, I think, the most traded and the highest liquidity and volume foreign assets, so to speak, on Solana, which is a joint collaboration between the two chains. So I think that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and what we've seen with Coinbase Bitcoin is that it's helped make Base the largest spot venue in the world for Bitcoin on chain. And I think that that's pretty incredible. And if you look at kind of what's happened over the last few years, so much of volume has moved from, I think it was like 1% is trading on DEXs now to almost 25-30% is trading on DEXs. And so that to me is indicative of where we're going to go in the next few years. On the stablecoins and international stablecoins, yeah, we continue to think that this is a huge opportunity. We've seen most adoption on dollar stablecoins right now, but I think when you look at the kind of global use of money, most people are using their local currencies. And by bringing that on chain, I think we're going to unlock a ton of utility.
Cool. Okay, well, so close it off. You've been here for 13 years. You are part of the biggest company in crypto, Coinbase. And again, we started this out with kind of this frame where the new guard is coming in and the old guard might be a little jaded. You're part of the old guard, so why don't you give us some inspiring words on where you think crypto goes from here?
I mean, I think that we're going to see, something someone said to me a few weeks ago was, we spent the last 10 years trying to convince people to come to crypto, and we're going to spend the next 10 years bringing crypto to them. And I think that's a lot of what's going to happen. We basically made the technology good enough where it's fast, it's cheap, it's decentralized, it's easy to use. And what that's unlocked is it's unlocked a whole wave of use cases that are basically updating the financial system and going to take this, tens of trillions of dollars of value that are in the existing financial system and make it just work better for people all around the world. And so for me, that's just such an exciting opportunity for us to use this technology that many of us have dedicated our lives to make a profound impact on the world. So I'm pretty fired up about it.
Cool. Well, Jesse, thank you for your time. Thank you for coming to the Wolf's Den. And that's it.
Awesome.
So please thank Jesse for his time.
Thanks for having me.
All right.
See, we can all be friends and get off stage in the right direction. It's okay, they have a lot of other amazing qualities and the biggest of brains, so we'll let it slide for now. So, the next amazing guest we have has been doing Solana events since the beginning of 2022. Our Solana ecosystem would not be the same without our in-person connections and the incredible events like today that we have all over the world thanks to the one and only Events Ninjas. Can I get the biggest round of applause for the one and only Allie, head of events at Solana Foundation.
Hello, Miami. I cannot believe we were in Abu Dhabi for Breakpoint 2025 less than 6 months ago. Can I get a quick show of hands if you were in Abu Dhabi with us? Amazing. Well, I'm super excited to be on stage here in Miami to announce that the Breakpoint 2026 website is relaunching today and tickets go live. I'm going to roll a little video if you don't know what Breakpoint is. I hope to see everybody in London, November 15th through 17th. I'm going to throw up a QR code because for a limited time we have our tickets subsidized. So there should be a QR code that will pop up, and I'll leave it up for a minute. I always love to do something fun in the audience because I'm all about IRL and creating experiences. There are 6 Breakpoint tickets under chairs in the audience. So for those of you that are sitting in a chair, if you want to look under your chair, it's a magnet. It's always fun watching that. And if this wasn't exciting enough to have people searching for Breakpoint tickets, by popular demand, we are also going to be bringing back the Hacker House. It's very nostalgic. If you don't know what it is, we're going to be running a Hacker House for 2 weeks leading into Breakpoint in London. If you don't know what a Hacker House is, let me acquaint you with one with a quick little video. I hope you're as pumped as I am. See you all in London, everyone.
Events on events on events. Who's coming to Breakpoints? Oh, we can do better than that. Who's coming to Breakpoints? Yes! Thank you. Okay. Wait, what? I'm coming. Yes, you are. I will be there as well. It's going to be absolutely fabulous. All right. We have a little announcement. Announcements on announcements. Actually, it's been announcements all day. But this is pretty sexy and fabulous and caffeinated and amazing. This is one of my favorite people in our ecosystem. He has been crushing it from day one. It's an amazing story of how he's created his company from the NFT days, and it's actually showing real world value. So, huge, huge, huge round of applause for the wonderful Andrew, the founder of everyone's favorite Raposa Coffee.
Good afternoon, everybody. How we doing today? Come on, we need better than that. Let me see some Raposa energy. Yeah, that's more like it. All right, this is gonna be fun, so keep that energy in mind. 3 years ago, Raposa didn't exist like this. It wasn't in stores, it wasn't in cafes, it barely existed at all. But it started right here on Solana. We built it as an experiment, a coffee brand born on the internet through NFTs, powered by our incredible ecosystem and our die-hard community. And thanks to them, we wouldn't be where we are today. And we turned that into a real-world business with our very own roastery, a line of 8 industry-leading specialty nitro cold brews made with a globally patented process, where NFTs became loyalty and real-world products connected back to digital ownership. And against all odds, we're standing here today, part of the probably less than 1% of NFT projects that turned something into real and tangible goods. And from day one, we've been all in on Solana. As all of you know, you've seen us at many, many events. We're running our own validator, pioneering in-person use of Solana Pay when it first started, and continue to do so with stablecoin payments as that vertical continued to improve. And today, and of course, fueling ecosystems, the ecosystem events around the world, one cup at a time. And today, it's become something very real. We've served thousands of customers, built a global coffee business, and proven that a brand can start on chain and win in the real world. But the biggest thing we've learned is this: culture doesn't live online alone. We all know that. It lives in real places where people gather, connect, and experience things together. So we started asking ourselves, where's the center of that energy? So, with that said, today we're announcing our next chapter. Raposa is moving its headquarters down here, right here to Miami, Florida, and opening up our first US flagship and coffee shop and roastery. Shout out to Miami. Shout out to Super Team USA, we love them. How you doing? Okay, let's get to the next thing because you're here a little early, but that's okay. That's okay. So, we didn't choose Miami by accident. We chose it because of the culture, the energy, and the opportunity to build alongside the most iconic sports organizations in culture and more. So let me show you what I mean. Let's go! Let's go! So, for the next 3 years, let's welcome our partners from the Miami Marlins, Billy the mascot. We got some goodies in the crowd. And yeah, we're extremely excited to be partners with them and have a stronghold.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
And this is the VP of Partnerships. I'll let him take it from here, say a few words.
Thank you for having us. Thank you, Solana, for putting on this amazing event. Hopefully everyone's had a can of Nitro Brew, Raposa coffee, the best coffee in the world. We are building something very special at the Marlins. I want to welcome everyone down to the ballpark for a Marlins game this year. And you will be able to get our new official coffee, Raposa coffee. We're going to frame this jersey and put it at the new marquee center field coffee stand for our friends at Raposa. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rob. We love you guys. Thanks, Billy. Thanks, Jared. Thank you, thank you. So, thank you. But wait, there's more. Because when we said we're building in Miami, we meant at the highest level possible. So not just the Miami Marlins, but the Miami Heat as well for the next 3 seasons. Please help me welcome our partners at the Miami Heat. Come on, make some noise. Look at that. We got some goodies. Bernie's out there throwing keychains. Make sure you get one. Got the wonderful Miami Heat dancers with us. So, with that being said, let's bring the Marlins back out. And if we could cut off the music, that'd be great. And the rest of the Raposa core team. So it started on Solana. All right, one more round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So what started on Solana is now stepping onto one of the biggest stages in the world. We're in the middle of building our next chapter and actively building it. You'll want to be a part of this, so come find any of us on the team afterwards. And now, it's time for lunch, so everyone go enjoy. Make sure to grab a Raposa coffee, and the main stage will be back live at 1:45 p.m. Thank you very much. Let's go.
Let's do a photo. There, come on, let's hold it up.
Yeah. Let me put this in my pocket.
All right. Well, it's now after lunch, and I was just playing some football, or I guess we're in America, so I can call it soccer. But I was just playing some soccer backstage with a legend, and our next speaker, who I think you're really going to enjoy today. So I'm excited to welcome to the stage Andre from Solana Foundation, Andrea from Trendex, and football legend Luis Suarez from Inter Miami. Please make some noise, everybody.
Thank you.
All right, so hello everyone. Really excited to be here alongside Andrea and Luis Suarez. For the next 15 minutes, we will be talking about football, fans, Trendex, and how Solana is actually helping athletes creating direct and actually meaningful connections with their fans. We have here Luis Suarez. Whoever doesn't know him, shame on you. One of the best strikers of his generation with more than 600 goals across some of the best clubs in the world. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And we have Andrea, CEO of Trendex, this Y Combinator company that is actually helping athletes creating a direct and accessible experience to their fans. Again, thank you both for joining us. Luis, I'll start with you. So you have fans all around the world, right? You played in Barcelona, you played in Liverpool, now in Miami. How does it feel for you to have all this support from your fans?
I think all the fans is so important for us, because when you have a worst moment in your life, you see them on the street and they help you. This is so important for us, and then you have a lot of contact and outside the pitch, because in the pitch or when you watch the TV, the people think we are a normal person, and we are not a normal we are normal person, because I am dad. I am married with my wife. I like to go to pick up my son in the school. I love, like you do it on the street, no? And this is so important for us.
Yeah, I think it can go this way, that most of the interactions that athletes have with fans nowadays is through social media, right?
Yeah.
And it can feel quite distant. You don't have this close relationship with your fans. And I guess that's what you mentioned, right? What do you really think that the fans are actually missing from your real life, that they are not able to see or feel?
It's so difficult for me speaking English.
If you can say it in Spanish.
Son muy importantes para nosotros el fanático, porque nosotros trabajamos para que ellos sean felices también. Y eso a mí me deja muy orgulloso si hago mi trabajo bien, porque le das alegría a muchos fanáticos, y eso es algo muy lindo para nosotros.
So Luis was saying that he actually works for the fans. It actually makes him quite happy to make the fans happy. That's basically what he works for. And Andrea, probably now switching to you. I think that's what Trendex is trying to do, right? Is actually bridging this gap that exists between athletes and their fans. But I'm curious, was this actually the original idea?
Yeah, it's a great point. So I had the idea of Trendex when I was about 14 years old. A friend of mine was really good at sports. He was running faster than anyone else in school. And I thought, this guy is going to make it in sports. But I cannot do anything to participate in his success, to share his challenges, to share his triumphs. And I thought, maybe we can do something about it. A few years later, he managed to go to the Olympic Games with France, which is pretty impressive, you think of it. And at the time, it was the ICO period, 2017, 2018. And I thought, we could use tokens to solve this problem. We could create one token for every athlete, and you could, find young, promising, and rising stars, get their tokens, and get to share their dream, and get to share their journey. So we started building that, and now we have more than 230 athletes working with us, including legends and champions like Luis Suarez here, but also Karim Benzema, Luka Modric, many of the big names in sports, also some NBA All-Stars players. So that's where it comes from. We want to connect fans and stars using blockchain.
That's really cool. So what kind of experience or benefits or accesses can actually the fans or whoever is holding Louis token, what they can expect from it?
Yeah, so we are giving different levels of rewards. So the more tokens you own, the more rewards you have. So if you have 10,000 tokens of Louis, for instance, you have access to a private Telegram group for holders only. And there we drop exclusive content. Then we also have draft and raffles for jerseys, signed balls, all the memorabilia. We ship it to your home if you have the tokens. And we also organize private events. We did a game with Zinedine Zidane for some holders. We do some very exclusive events. And based on how many tokens you own, every month we drop new rewards for many players.
That's really cool. So, Luis, regarding your project, now it's Solana and with Transact, what would you like your fans to feel that they are part of? ¿Qué quieres que sientan?
No, fan token, con Trended, sí, Solana creo que hace un acercamiento de la gente hacia el jugador. Esta clase de meet and greet a nosotros nos ayuda mucho porque en la parte humana te hace que la gente te vea como sos normalmente, realmente. Y bueno, creo que de acá al proyecto que hay junto con Trended es seguir creciendo, seguir creando meet and greet para que la gente se vaya acercando a nosotros, que es muy importante.
So basically, Luis is saying that with this project, he wants fans to be closer to him and keep on growing his fan community. So that's really awesome. Do you feel that having this project on Solana is actually a way for you to give back to your fans?
¿Cómo fue el final?
Si piensas que tener este proyecto en Solana es una forma de poder dar algo a tus fans de vuelta.
Claro, porque los fans, mucha gente solo lo que ve es una foto muchas veces y realmente a nosotros nos gusta dialogar, nos gusta que nos elogien, aunque siempre pienso yo de que el elogio tiene que ser una fortaleza porque no te permite relajar, pero creo que los fans es lo más importante que tiene el jugador de fútbol en este caso porque es a los que hace felices.
So we're saying that the fans are actually the most important thing that a player can have, and they just see a picture of him playing, and this is actually a way for him to be able to give back to the fans. Do you have any particular moment with your fans? ¿Que tienes algún momento con tus aficionados que guardes contigo?
Creo que he vivido muchos momentos con aficionados, pero creo que el de cuando tú marcas en algún momento importante y ves para la tribuna y ves la felicidad de ellos, a vos te deja feliz ya. Pero no, lo bueno que tiene el fútbol y por lo que yo veo es que todo tipo de edades, de niños, adultos, hasta gente muy mayor, ver a veces a una abuelita o a un abuelito emocionado a nosotros nos enorgullece.
That's really cool. So we're saying that every single moment that he has when he scores a goal, it's really important for him to look at the crowd and see everyone really happy, from little kids to their grandparents. So it's actually really nice to see. So we were talking about bridging this gap, right, and making things more real and not as digital. Do you guys have something that you could share with us?
Yeah, we are organizing a very private event with Luis Suarez, the man here for his token holders. So you can check out suarez.trendex.gg. I don't know if you can show up the QR code, by the way. Look up TrendXGG on X, here's the QR. Just scan it, and you can have access to a private, exclusive experience. You're going to get to meet with the champion, sign some jerseys, sign some balls, take some pictures together, chat about football, chat about passion, about winning, about work, about discipline. It's going to be great. It's a great moment, a really amazing, very private event, less than 30 people. And we are going to allow the top holders of the Luis Suarez token to have a guaranteed access. But for anyone else, just try to fill up the form on the website, and we're going to select some of you to also join for free. So you're welcome.
That's really nice. Luis, so basically you've been dealing with fan communities for your life, right? You've been dealing with fans in Barcelona, in Liverpool, everything. What do you feel about the Solana community? What does it mean to you to build something with this community?
Creo que esto lo que hace es que el fan te conozca un poco más, sepa un poco más, estemos muy próximos a nosotros, y después creo que la comunidad en sí tiene que aprender de este tipo de clase de eventos que hacen conocer más al jugador, y también nosotros le tenemos que devolver a los fans todo el esfuerzo que hacen, ¿no? Porque nosotros sabemos que ellos hacen mucho sacrificio comprando entradas, viajando para ir a vernos a nosotros, y nosotros tenemos que devolverle con una sonrisa o con algo. Eso es muy lindo, ¿no?
So Luis basically wants to give back to the community, knowing that they do sacrifices, buying tickets and all these different things. So he wants to give back to them to keep them closer.
Hay a veces que ponemos una mala cara, pero porque perdemos el partido, y tienen que entender también eso.
And he's saying that sometimes he just has like a mad face, but that's because they just lost the match. That's the only reason behind.
Somos personas normales.
Exactly, just regular people. That's a really good point. Andrea, like so do you think that we are shifting? This is like a kind of shift that we are actually moving away from having clubs or just the matches as intermediaries between the athletes and the fans. It's like we are in this shift of creating direct relationships.
Yeah, it's a great question. So I think obviously social media gives you a way to connect with stars, right? So Luis has like 16 million followers on X, 15 million on Instagram or something, which is pretty crazy, right? But it's very superficial. You only get to see content, but you don't really get to know the person. You really get to have access to anything. And I think the only way to do is in a very decentralized way, because if you think of it, Instagram is a very generic platform. They're doing something for any kind of person. They're not building, custom experiences for every kind of need. And I think we can provide a decentralized technology to allow this connection to really work, at scale. And Solana is a great layer for building that. So at Trendex now, we are a third party who certifies that the tokens we launch are really the tokens of the athletes. They don't have their X account hacked or something, It's really them. It's one token in a lifetime, and really it's an official token, and it gives you really access to a ton of rewards. And at some point we can do that permissionless, It could become something very decentralized, where it could be a real shift. Anyone could be, anyone with an ambitious plan, anyone with a talent could come and just, join the platform, launch his token, and get to share the rewards with his fans. I believe this can be a very scalable thing.
Thanks a lot, Andrea. We are actually running out of time, and Luis has a really busy schedule, but we would like to give something fun to the people that are in here. So we have here some football balls or soccer balls, let's put it this way, that Luis will sign and give to the people here. This new relationship with athletes. Thank you, everyone, as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, they're going to take pictures. Yeah, that's why I want you on, because we're... yeah, maar hij wil niet. You need to go. Yeah.
It that we get a football legend on stage with us today here at Solana Accelerate. Make another round of applause for Luis Suarez, everybody. Awesome. So my name is Dan Jablonski. I'll be emceeing the first afternoon session today. I lead growth at DFlow, although now DFlow as part of MoonPay this morning. And I'm really excited to welcome our next two speakers to the stage for a fireside. We have Ben Reynolds from SoFi and Jacqueline Melinek from Token Relations. Make some noise, everybody.
Hello, everyone. I heard some music in the background, but I don't think we have any crazy showcasing things here, but I'm excited to sit down today with Ben Reynolds. He is the SVP and Head of Big Business Banking at SoFi. You have had a long background on the edge of banking and digital assets. You started at Silvergate back in 2016 and recently joined SoFi about 6 months ago. So maybe so the audience can kind of get to know you at a high level, what was that journey kind of like? And then we'll get into everything now.
Yeah, it's been an incredible journey, I guess is the short answer. So in 2016, really, there was no banks that were really providing banking services to Bitcoin companies. And so the offering was really, really simple. It was really just a bank account for Bitcoin companies, and it was actually that simple. But along the way, we built this thing called the Send Network. And the Send Network allowed our clients to move US dollars 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, which was really important in the space because there weren't banks that were operating in that way. We later took the company public and started working with DM and Libra. We were close to launching a stablecoin back then, but just couldn't get that across the finish line. And I was there until 2023, when ultimately the board made the decision to shut down the company. Since then, spent a little bit of time working at BVNK and BitGo, and as you said, joined SoFi about 6 months ago, really to lead big business banking. So what that is it's really commercial banking, really at the intersection of what's going on in digital assets and fiat.
Mm-hmm. How are commercial banks thinking about digital assets today compared to maybe 10 years ago when maybe a lot of them weren't even thinking about it back then?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty incredible what's happened over the last 10 years. Like 10 years ago, things like Solana and Ethereum really weren't being used to build at any type of scale. Things like stablecoins didn't really exist. I think stablecoins are one of the major unlocks that we've seen over the last 10 years, because they enable so many use cases. People talk about building on stablecoins today, but back then, really, if you think about it, the use case was trading. Exchanges like Bitfinex didn't have fiat rails. People were trying to figure out, how do I get fiat onto those exchanges? Stablecoins were the answer because they provided stable value, and I think that was the catalyst for the development that's happening today.
Mm-hmm. over at Token Relations, we write a State of Stablecoins newsletter on a monthly basis. So I've got to ask you this. How do you think about the state of stablecoins today? And what is maybe the biggest thing inside of SoFi that you guys are focusing on in this front?
Yeah. So there's sort of three things that we're focused on at SoFi in this area. First of all, we have 15 million retail clients, just enabling those clients to buy, sell, and hold Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana. But then we launched, the second thing is we launched SoFi USD in December. So that's relatively new. And then the third is big business banking. So really sort of the intersection of stablecoins, liquidity, and everything that's going on in digital assets. So those are sort of the three pillars for us. I think if you zoom out a little bit, we just fundamentally believe that that payments are going to happen on blockchains, and we want to be at the center of that.
So how are you guys working with Solana? I think you just mentioned that very casually. You want to explain to the audience what the new news is?
Yeah, so the new news is we're launching SoFi USD on Solana. We're really excited about it. We think that it is the right chain to use for payments, partially because of the cost, partially because of the settlement speed, and ultimately the throughput.
So, okay, you just brought up those few different key points, but originally it was just on Ethereum. Now you brought it to Solana. So I guess what was it about Solana that made you guys want to come to this market? Did you speak to anyone specifically on the team and you're like, okay, it makes sense?
Not necessarily. I mean, we've been familiar with Solana for some time, and I think it was just a matter of sort of prioritization, if I'm being completely candid about it. It's hard to launch a stablecoin. You need network effects. We're still in the process of building out those use cases, and so we didn't want to get ahead of ourselves, but I think it was probably inevitable that we were going to do it no matter what.
When you think about the future of payments coming on chain, what do you think will be the ultimate catalyst? Because I don't think we've had that inflection point yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's potentially a couple of catalysts. One could be if you look at the stablecoin landscape today, it's really denominated in US dollars, and everything else is that's 99%, and then there's less than 1% that are in euros, yen, peso, whatever it might be. And so if we were to get, if you were to have those other fiat currencies come on chain, and you were able to and there was sufficient liquidity, you can imagine that the FX markets shift. The way that you do cross-border payments is incredible because you could do it effectively without intermediaries. So I think that could be one catalyst is other fiat currencies coming on chain at scale. The other one is as you look at what's going on in prediction markets and just broader DeFi and broader use cases. Like when you talk with, I have kids that are teenagers and young adults, and when you talk to them, they just want their money to work the way that their data works, their texts work, all their apps work. And so they don't understand when there's friction when you're taking money from a centralized exchange like Coinbase or Kraken and you're putting it onto a Poly Market or a Kashi or something like that, right? And so they just want that to work. But I think as those friction points get removed, that could potentially be a significant catalyst for those. And then the third one that I would say is, I think, really around centralized finance. So with the clarity that's coming from the Genius and from Clarity, ultimately it's easier for banks to build in the space. And so I think it's not just SoFi. I think there's other banks that are building in the space that are going to launch either stablecoins or tokenized deposits. And I know that the DeFi community has sort of looked at that historically and said well, that's TradFi. What do they know? But the reality is you have large banks with large user bases and large built-in network effects. And for any stablecoin to be successful, you sort of need those users and you need those network effects. So it's interesting when you think about a bank, SoFi, 15 million users. We also have a card processing business. We're launching commercial banking. And so you put those three things together and you start to have some really interesting synergies. So it could be, the catalyst could be sort of top down instead of bottoms up the way it's been thus far.
Mm-hmm. Do you find that there's a misunderstanding right now when it comes to stablecoin liquidity and having these hubs to access it?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think people just overestimate the amount of liquidity that's out there, right? So total market cap of stablecoins is around 400 billion.
Yeah.
Which is fine if you're in the U.S.
Yeah, it's
right?
fine. Yeah, but we want it higher.
Yeah, but as soon as you take those stablecoins anywhere into an emerging market, it's difficult to, and you want to convert it between a dollar and ultimately the local currency, you end up paying a pretty significant fee to do that. Tether is probably the most widely accepted today, and I think there's pretty good liquidity there.
Yeah.
Ultimately, when you get to the place where, we're in an emerging market and you're willing to accept payment in Tether or another stablecoin, then I think, and there's some of that today, but it's not what people think it is. And so I think, to your point on what's sort of misunderstood, I think a lot of people think that, it's already mature. It's certainly not mature, and there's a long way to go.
Mm-hmm. What's your advice to these big bank businesses or teams that you're speaking to when it comes to using major stablecoins out there like USDC, USDT, opposed to going their own route of creating stablecoin issuance? And even with like SoFi's USD at play, right? Like, how do you have those conversations and say, I believe this is, in your eyes, maybe the right way to go, opposed to like going and launching your own?
Yeah, so I think there's a couple of factors. The first is, so to your question of, building with stablecoins and what would I advise folks, I think first of all, you need to understand the differences between them, and you need to understand the risk that you're taking. Each of them are a little bit different, and so depending on what your risk tolerance is, like ultimately that'll, I think, help you decide which ones you want to work with. Ultimately, I think building in a way where you're stablecoin agnostic is the best strategy, because as I mentioned, because they require network effects, you don't know which one is going to have, we know who has the greatest network effects today, right? It's Tether, followed by Circle with USDC, but you don't know who the next one's going to be that has ultimately the network effects or the escape velocity, as you mentioned. And so I think you want to build your platform in a way that's sort of agnostic to be able to work with whoever the winners are. But then secondly, sort of really understanding what are the differences between them and what are the risks that you're taking on. One of the reasons that we wanted to launch SoFi USD is because we are an OCC regulated bank. We're a member of the Fed. We have a Fed master account. So all of the reserves for SoFi USD will be held in that Fed master account, which means that they're 100% liquid, right? And you have no credit risk, and you have no liquidity risk, and you have no duration risk. So we do believe, so literally, like if all the holders of SoFi USD came to us on a single day, we could fulfill all of those redemptions. We think that that's pretty unique.
Mm-hmm. And you think that regulatory clarity, as we were talking about before, and then also just having these like Fed master accounts is kind of the underlying thing that banks will need to take it seriously and use these different stablecoins, right?
Yeah. No, I think that that's exactly right. I mean, the administration today is so different than it was 2 years ago, and having been at Silvergate and having lived through, Operation Choke Point 2.0. That was real, and I think banks were just afraid to build in the space. Mm-hmm. The administration's very different today, but like everything that a bank does, you have to do it in a way that's safe and sound and protects ultimately your customers. And so because of that, you really need things like clarity in order to build in an effective way.
Yeah. What would you say is the most interesting realization you've had on the front of stablecoins, payments, bringing things on chain over the past 6 months during your time at SoFi?
Yeah, I mean, a couple things. Like one is just how fast you can build stuff. When I came to SoFi is 6,000 people. About 25% of those are engineers and product people. And so I just sort of expected the building process to be slow. It's actually not that way at all. And a lot of that is because we're using tools like AI in order to bring product to market faster. So I was sort of surprised by the velocity within SoFi. I think to your question more broadly on stablecoins, it's really the idea that we're so early. And for folks that have been in the space for a while, it's like, well, when are stablecoins going to actually take off and actually going to do something? And just the realization that, like really it is early today. And I think it's upon us as the builders and as the financial institutions to really to remove friction from the system so that users can operate with stablecoins without even really knowing it.
Mm-hmm. What would you say is your ultimate goal that you're working towards? Is there a number, a type of client?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we have, I mean, it's sort of big, like maybe I don't have like a specific number or whatnot, but if you think about what we're building and ultimately the future of payments being on chain and stablecoins to do that, like what I'm responsible for is our big business banking initiative. And ultimately, we believe that as payments go on chain, folks are going to need a bank to go to where they can have liquidity and 24/7 exchange between dollars in a bank account and dollars on a blockchain. And like ultimately, the big businesses, whether it's USDC or PYUSD or SoFi USD or whatever it might be, that they'll want one place that they can come to, bring those stable coins, exchange them for dollars, exchange them with each other. And so our big vision would be I guess a stablecoin liquidity hub. And
SoFi will be that bank.
What's that?
SoFi will be that bank and that
That's
bridge.
right.
Amazing.
That's right.
Well, Ben, thank you so much for taking the time to talk today.
Yeah.
Thank you to everyone for listening in.
Thanks, Jackie.
All right. Thank you so much. Up next, we have Fireside Chat with Lead Bank's Jackie Reeses and Blue Macellari from T. Rowe Price.
Hello. Hi, Jackie. So great to have you here this afternoon. I want to start with your background because you have a really diverse experience. So from Goldman Sachs to the board at Alibaba to the public sector, economic advisors to the San Francisco Fed, Square. What has been the through line through your career that has sort of brought all these things together?
So lots of diverse experiences. I'd say the through line is breaking glass in financial services in a way. And like whether it be private equity, Square, Alibaba with Alipay, there was always this dynamic where there was some challenge around a regulatory issue or like a country issue, and you have to be able to read the law, create a product, move a dynamic that seems insurmountable, and just figure out a way to get it done. But always in highly regulated industries.
So you're saying you find the most challenging thing and then go do it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's interesting. I think the challenge at Square was settled before I got there, and that's just the idea of mobile payments. Like, that was pretty provocative at the time. Pre-2009, but even still, like creating lending products that had never been done before. And then when I bought Lead Bank, like it wasn't ordinary course for someone to say like, I'm gonna go buy a bank. Like, what are you doing today? We're just gonna go buy a bank and build the bank we wished we had when I was at Square. That was the goal.
So that's what makes Lead so interesting, is that it is a tech team that went out and built a bank, rather than being sort of a traditional bank that either stumbled into crypto and said, oh, this is an underserved group, this is a niche market I can get into. So what has that perspective allowed you to build at Lead, and what have you built so far, and where do you think you're going next?
Yeah, I think our products look nothing like anyone else's for the crypto industry in particular. And it's largely because we've embraced crypto from the start of when we bought Lead. And many of you know we work with hundreds of companies in the digital asset space and provide a lot of the infrastructure that sits underneath some of the biggest crypto companies in the world. And the way we build our products is really first principles driven, and we built products that sound like products that are, 100 years old. So accounts, issuing, lending, stablecoin infrastructure, but ironically, it's just unbundled containers that basically take a financial product and unbundle it so that you can use each composable asset in a way that you need it in a very customer-centric way. So like that sounds like a lot of gobbledygook and abstraction. Just think about like what a bank account is. It's like a container, a compliance container that holds an account number, it holds balances, it stores money, and it enables you to move money in and out and earn interest. And so you can untangle each of those assets. And in a world of digital assets where items are programmable and they're objects, we've basically made banking object-driven so that you can untangle it, program it, and move it instantly. And I think when you build products that way from a banking infrastructure point of view, it's very native to the way that crypto builds in building crypto products. And so that was the construction of our products from the start, and that's why it matches so well with the digital asset industry. And then, you know, like our compliance team is amazing. And so they understand the products better than most compliance teams in banking, and when people understand the products, it enables you to actually look at risks that are real risks and not checkbox risk.
So I want to follow up on the compliance team, because I think a lot of times people think of compliance as an afterthought. Like, well, we built this thing, and okay, now we're going to go out and get a compliance team, and they're going to just have to tack on the back end of it. What, I guess, what unique challenges, I'm going to guess there were a lot, but what unique challenges did you face in terms of navigating the compliance in such a highly regulated industry?
Yeah. So our compliance team does two things that are different than almost everyone else. One, we have systems that are automated that are built for modern money movement and modern banking. By that, I mean things like anomaly detection. So we can see transactions, and our machine learning systems look at anomalies. We do it on the individual basis, and we can do it across the horizontal, basically across all of fintech and crypto, so that rather than assessing a risk based on any one transaction, we see across the breadth of everything, and we're able to limit what's really a risk. What does that translate into? It translates into conversion. It translates into transactions happening and not getting stopped. And then it's programmable, so we can set up notifications with our clients that basically say, notify in advance or stop. And there's all different kinds of workflows you can automate that allow our team to work with clients that change the way the system is programmable. So that totally changes the paradigm for crypto transactions trying to get through. And then the judgment around products, geographies, and how money moves, like our compliance team is front-facing, so we're able to take, you know, the most amazing compliance people from a lot of different companies, put them front-facing, and their job becomes more interesting because not only are they compliance, they're product creators, they're customer support people, they're trying to help you grow your business. That is a really different job than most compliance teams have, where they're not the heroes of the company. So Heidi, Chris, the rest of our compliance team, they're the heroes of our company. They're not back office, you know, internal only. Can someone find the compliance team kind of people? They're all known to our clients. Very different mentality.
Yeah. They're allowed to say yes the first time around.
Oh,
right?
absolutely.
Like instead of saying no.
The other thing we do, which I love, is that we edit. You know how, do you ever feel like banks just add stuff every year? I almost feel like it's like small business regulations that have happened over 80 years. Add. 80 years goes by, and you're like stuck by things that are too old, outdated. You don't know whether you're supposed to follow them. Our team edits. And if they don't edit, something went wrong.
Right.
And editing means if something's outdated or it was added in two places by two different teams, but they're almost the same, we edit it and fix it. And so editing is a big part of the way that our philosophy operates at Lead.
So we talk a lot about the convergence of TradFi and DeFi, and Lead banks a significant portion of sort of the crypto ecosystem, but also provides a lot of on-chain services for traditional businesses. So from where you sit, how do you see the evolution of banking going forward?
I think we're just getting started. I think right now we're in this world of hyper-fragmentation. You're looking at worlds where you're finding point solutions to solve a problem that we all have today. That problem could be scalability, it could be 24/7, could be settlements on weekends, it could be collateralization of what's required and how much money you have to store in collateral at different points in time. And all of those problems are getting solved today. And we're going to see a broader set of services that evolve over time to be able to hit a broader set of solutions that today we're dealing with in very narrow places. So I feel like we're probably going to spend 10 years getting more complicated, but we're going to get more complicated with incredible technology, and it'll all settle out with big blockchains, big liquidity providers, big financial services infrastructure providers, where liquidity and momentum and growth has kind of catapulted itself behind some of the leaders in the industry. And I don't think we're there yet. I feel like we're just at the start of what the ecosystem is building to. And it'll take a while to kind of shake out and see who ends up winning and losing across so many different opportunity sets.
Yeah, no, I think that's very true. So as we sort of we saw Genius Act passed last year, we're going to see sort of final rulemaking. It's really starting to come into effect. What do you see as both the opportunities and the pitfalls of stablecoin adoption, of stablecoins going mainstream?
Yeah. I mean, we build a lot of the infrastructure underneath the stablecoin industry, and we were the first bank to have on-chain products. We do a product that allows folks to stay in stables and not have to convert back to fiat. Stripe and Visa announced it at Stripe Sessions last year, and I guess it was launched, officially this December with the on-chain piece of it. I think with stablecoins, the reason why it's so interesting is because at least the programmability matches a store of value that people understand. That store of value today is largely dollar denominated. It doesn't have to be. Mm-hmm. But there are so many dynamics around improved payment systems, blockchain built for stability, consecutive transactions, concurrent transactions, that stablecoins at least also give you the store of value and something that you understand and is translatable. And so I do believe there's significant value there that companies are finding for real use cases like cross-border payments right now, cross-border spend with some of these cards I refer to when I talk about the stay in stables settlement. And so it feels like these use cases are starting to really take hold and prove their mettle, as opposed to just being cliches around faster, quicker, cheaper. And I think the cliche has hit reality.
Okay, so we're sort of getting to the end. So I'm sitting across from a crypto banker. Given what's been in the news for now months and months, I would be remiss if I didn't ask you what your thoughts are on stablecoin yield.
Well, in this last week, we actually saw a resolution to that question. I think they came up with a good compromise, and it's a compromise that I think actually works, which is if it quacks like a deposit, it is a deposit. I think we've lived in this infrastructure world where rewards have been on spend and yield has been on savings. And that's essentially what the compromise was settled at. And I think that's a compromise that can work. Because if, in fact, stablecoin companies want to work with a bank and create products that look like yield, they could do that and make that work with banking partners. So that does work. But the rewards element actually works quite well, too. And so I think there's something in there for everyone. And I think it's good for both industries, both banking and crypto, to be able to use the benefits of both industry to kind of settle out a debate that makes it work for both parties. I mean, you could take like a maximalist approach in either direction and say like that didn't work in either, but the reality is I think it'll settle out to be a compromise that ends up working for the structure and kind of first principles thinking of like, should this work for a particular industry?
Right, and that we need to incentivize savings in order to make the whole credit machine
Absolutely.
go round, right?
And I do think we'll end up going back to a point where people say like, we need the banking system to be healthy. Like a healthy banking system, a healthy deposit system is something that is good for society. It's good for the system. And I think the more Americans have that stability, the more that people will be able to create companies, the more that people will be able to invest in crypto, build crypto native companies. And so I do think in the end, it'll end up being a compromise that works for everyone.
Well, thank you, Jackie. Thank you for coming and visiting with us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. So, our next two speakers both have very exciting announcements to share. I would like to welcome to the stage my fellow Miami resident Magnus Larsson and Max Siegel from Privy.
Good afternoon, Accelerate. I'm Max, joining from Privy. We are crypto wallet infrastructure powering many of the most popular products built on crypto rails, from Pump Fund to Hyperliquid to Jupiter to Ramp, Deal, and Majority. And something fascinating right now is happening at Privy. In the fall of last year, 20% of the assets in Privy wallets were stablecoins, and the other 80% were priced assets like Solana and Hype. And that number today is nearly 70%. And that's not happening because the products built on priced assets aren't growing. They're growing as fast as they ever have. But it's happening because many of the largest fintechs are rebuilding their financial infrastructure on crypto rails. And we're joined by Magnus Larsson today, who is the founder and CEO of Majority, one of the largest neobanks. And I couldn't imagine someone better positioned to talk about what's happening. So before we get into the stablecoin stuff, I'd love to hear a little more about Majority and why you founded it.
Thank you, Max. So I think every time when you start a company, you do it for the same reason. There's something broken and you want to fix it, right? So Majority today is the leading digital bank for internationals here in the US. And the real point behind when we started it was that there's 1 billion people connected cross borders in the world. And they are today lacking great services to connect with each other. I think most people that have moved to another country, they have usually like some parts of their family in another place, and they're new into the country, and that gives a few different problems. And if you think about our customers, to give an example, here in the US, where we are today, to give you an example, it's Maria from Colombia, 30 years. She came here to the US. She uses Majority for her primary banking account. She got the debit, a credit card with us, but she also moves money back to her family. And she today, on average, our customers here in the US are connected to 5 other people in different countries. And so that was also, so to say, the starting point. We're doing more than 1 billion of money movement into Latin America, as an example. We have millions of recipients from customers here in the US. And that, so to say, was a lot of the foundation when we start thinking also about stablecoins, et cetera.
Awesome. In stablecoins, people point to remittances as the killer use case. But I think it's pretty abstract, and it's hard to appreciate just how broken the UX and experience is on fiat. So I'd love to hear, what do things look like today?
Well, I think every time when anyone thinks about remittances, they think about the big old classic brands of Western Union and MoneyGrams, etc. And I think that offline jungle where that traditionally lived is broken by definition, because you need to leave your house, you need to go to a physical place, you need to pay $15 to send the money, you have to fill in a lot of forms, and you have to do that. And then the second way of companies that came around, of course, was the Remitly and the Transwise, etc. But there's still a problem left, and that is cost. It's still expensive. You pay typically a fee, a percentage or something, and you want to move money. It's like there's always something. It ends up being really expensive. It's like $800 billion, and 6-7% in fees on that one.
That's crazy. And crypto is literally designed to fix this. You could provision an account anywhere around the world, load it with assets, transfer those assets to any other account instantly and nearly for free, and you could provision a card on top of it to spend the assets anywhere. And actually, last week at Sessions, we launched what we call digital asset accounts that provide all that functionality via one API. And today, we're very excited to be bringing digital asset accounts to Solana so companies like Majority can access that functionality out of the box. So I'd love to hear more about how stuff like this is making it into the product experience at Majority.
And congratulations on the new products as well. And we have our own, to say, what's happening really now is that we are evaluating and we build our system today to work in parallel, and basically we're moving parts of our product in some aspects on-chain. And the new product use case that we're doing now is that we're connecting to those 5 people on the other side of the border, where we're now opening wallets where people can receive money instant, free, and they can use the money there. So now when I'm sending money to my, you sending money to your mother or to your cousin or something similar, they can receive the money instantly and use them there. And then, of course, we're adding the other type of products that Majority does as well.
That's awesome. That's a huge deal that the recipient of the remittance can receive assets in a Majority account anywhere around the world.
Yeah, and I think what you've been really seeing and the shift, I think there's a question of why now and why does this happen? I think we have a regulatory momentum where this country has taken the lead of saying money should be digital, it should be privatized, and it should, basically what I see is like we're building almost like a new banking system. So what took us 5 years to build here in the US, we're now in 6 months been able to build and launch in other countries, which I think is like the speed of that is creating just a completely new environment for us to build products.
That's crazy. That's crazy. One of our investors always says that in order to get to mass scale, like Mag 7 scale, you need to be a global company, and stablecoins are the technology that make it so that you could build a massive global scale $1 trillion fintech company. So
exactly, and I think I think what's happening right now in the financial world is similar to what happened in the telecom industry. It's back in the days you paid per minute, a fee. You had opening fees. It was expensive, and then something called voice over IP came around, and suddenly you call. Everyone here most likely are using WhatsApp, right, to call your friends and family across border, and you don't pay zero. You pay zero for it, and I think that is actually what this technology is going to give. And I think if you drag out the line, this is what's going to happen. We're going to have. I believe there's going to be free money movement in the world in our lifetime.
That is super exciting. So before we wrap, where do you see things going for here? What's next for Majority?
Well, first is the expansion into Colombia and Mexico, and then we're going to continue to roll out all the Latin American countries that we have, connections from here in the US. I think that is, of course, the next going here. But what I do think also is that we're going to see the abstraction. One of the things that kind of occupies my head a lot right now is also thinking about currencies. In a future where everything is on chain and it's, you have the different pieces of the pieces, how will people actually think about that? I'm going to get paid in that one, but I have this type of currency on where did that happen and how that? And I think that abstraction is going to kind of disappear in some way. And I think that is like what I'm really excited about, to see how that also will play out. And I think Latin America is a very interesting spot right now because you're having some parts of dollarization happening at this point.
100%. Well, that's awesome. We're at a point now where anyone with an internet connection can get the best of financial services, whether that's holding dollar assets, spending on card rails, earning on your balance. And it's never been easier to build on crypto rails. And it's happening here. It's happening on Solana. And massive props to Magnus and the Majority team for leading the way.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you guys. So up next, we actually have one of my all-time favorite follows on Twitter, and also former Paxos guys. We have two Paxos guys on the stage. I'll let him elaborate, but please welcome Mike Dudas from Sixth Man Ventures and Charles from Paxos.
Hello, hello. So I think I heard something about favorite people. I'm here with one of my favorite people in crypto and in general, Chad from Paxos. A little known fact, but I actually worked at Paxos for a year after I sold the block. One of my favorite jobs of my entire career. Learned an incredible amount. And I look up to Chad quite a bit. And I'm fortunate to be on stage here with him.
Well, it's a real love fest. I love Mike as well. He was one of the favorite people that ever worked at Paxos, and I'm really excited to have this conversation with you.
Excellent. All right. So now that we've said wonderful things about each other, let's get to the nitty-gritty. So you guys recently announced an incredible partnership with Charles Schwab, the largest broker in the world. Tell me a little bit about what you're doing, what you're enabling for them, and why it's great for crypto, Paxos, and their business and customers.
It's an interesting time in the crypto world. You have the most favorable set of policy and regulatory dynamics in the history of the industry, yet the average token is down so much, like 50, 70, 80%.
Yeah, I think more. I'm a VC. It's painful.
Yeah, it's painful, right? I mean, even Bitcoin's down a lot. It's really, so it's kind of the best of times and the worst of times. And for us, in many ways, it's just the best of times because we're institutional, neutral, regulated infrastructure. And every institution is trying to think about how can I get involved in crypto? How can I get involved in crypto as an asset class? It's here to stay. And I think what Charles Schwab has shown is that that's not some aspiration, it's a reality. They're the largest broker-dealer in the world. They're G-SIFI, the first G-SIFI to launch crypto trading. We're really proud that they did it with Paxos. They spent a lot of time trying to understand different models, how they could launch, who they could use. I think being a neutral, regulated infrastructure provider has a very important place to play in the market now because so many institutions are trying to think about how they can become involved, and they don't want to be competing with their infrastructure provider.
Yeah, and tell me a little bit more about that. So a couple things. One is you hear an announcement every 24 hours about some big financial institution looking at crypto, tokenizing something, doing this, but they're, when you dig a little deeper, they're mostly surface level. What is Schwab maybe doing differently? I think Paxos, I know this and I'm biased, but from the work that we did with PayPal, went incredibly deep and has basically transformed their company by using blockchain rails. Is that what Schwab is doing?
Yeah, I think they have a very ambitious vision for what they want to do, and I'll let them go out and talk about that. But I think they understand that crypto as an asset class is here to stay. Blockchain as an enabling mechanism for their business is here to stay. They moved with a real sense of urgency. Yep. These things have gone in waves. I remember being incredibly proud when we launched PayPal crypto trading back in 2020, and then when PayPal launched their own stablecoin back in 2024. These things were not easy to do, very hard. They pushed through. They had a little regulatory blowback in some of the because of the prior administration, but they really pushed through in a lot of very important ways for the industry.
Yep.
And then you had this new administration come in and it kicked off a whole new round of institutions saying they want to get involved that were large, I think industry-changing participants. And I think Charles Schwab showed, obviously that this is not something that's just going to be and I think this is something we all know, not just going to be something that is for a small little group of people. It's not going to be the Tor browser of technologies. This is going to be the Chrome of financial technologies. That's why crypto has this ability to really transform the world. Morgan Stanley has talked about how they are going to launch. So many other firms have talked about how they're looking at it. From our vantage seat, that does not look like something that is just something somebody is saying in order to be able to fill up a news cycle. they're actually putting resources behind it and responding to the fact that there's a different market and a new market environment.
Absolutely. And I think of all the folks, and again, my perspective is colored by my experience, but Paxos is one of the only firms that I've seen enable a financial institution, a PayPal, to come in and literally, I believe, transform their business by using blockchain.
Yeah, and I think, Mercado Libre is also a customer, and Interactive Brokers is also a very big customer of ours. And we've done these large institutions. By the way, we have small institutions. We created a trust company when we started Paxos. It was the New York Trust. It predates the BIT license, so this goes back quite a long ways. That was all the way back in 2015. We converted that New York Trust.
Tell me about that transformation. You've converted it, right?
Yeah, so we converted it into a national bank. So it's an OCC entity, and we're fully operational out of that entity. And so we're now regulated as a Genius compliant issuer and infrastructure provider.
And what does that enable for your customers?
Well, I think there's a couple different things you get when you're OCC. The first is you have explicit federal reciprocity. There's always these questions of like, does one state recognize another state? Do you need to get MTF?
We're seeing that in prediction markets right now. It's a mess.
Yeah, exactly.
State level.
So getting a federal, having a federal license just kind of gets you out of that entire debate, and like kind of all the different types of rules in different places. The second thing is the Genius Act has a level, which is $10 billion, at which you either need to become an OCC trust or you need to get a waiver. And so you have to become an OCC trust bank, a bank entity at that level. So you can either do it now or you can have some uncertainty about what will happen in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. And what we saw with sort of banking as a service, things like that, you don't want to be concerned with your infrastructure provider losing the regulatory moat. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, you're sitting here trying to provide products that people can invest and be confident in for the next 5 or 10 years. You don't want it to be, well, we don't know what will happen when we hit $10 billion. Maybe this administration will be friendly towards it. Maybe it won't. Maybe we'll have to convert. How long will that take? Yep. You can't have that type of uncertainty. And so I think those are really important dynamics of being OCC regulated.
Yep.
Also, I think this is maybe somewhat of a perception, though sometimes perception is reality, that if you have federal oversight, that is a more strict and higher standard to be operating against. I think...
And less arbitrary.
That's right. And, obviously, we see political cycles and they affect everything. But I think there is a feeling that when you have a federal charter, you're operating at the highest possible standards.
Yep.
We've tried to be first at going out and getting regulated in a number of different ways. We actually had a conditional approval for an OCC charter back 4 years ago. So we were the first one to do that, and it didn't actually come to fruition. Now we were the first one to be able to convert and be able to operate out of one. We've also done this in Singapore. We've done it in the UAE. We're doing it in Europe. We've now issued stablecoins out of 4 different jurisdictions, which is quite unique.
And those things are fluid, meaning that benefit your customers in terms of global exposure for their products?
I think, different customers want to be able to operate in different jurisdictions. We've also done something quite unique where we have a regulator in both Europe and Singapore of a single stablecoin. So the stablecoin is fungible, but it has 2 different regulators that are overseeing it. And that is also different because Europe has its own rules. You have to actually issue a stablecoin in Europe in order for it to be able to be usable inside the EU. How can you make it usable in the EU but also globally usable? And we kind of figured that out in a way.
I love it. And what that has led to is, it feels like an explosion of sort of the value of stablecoins and tokens issued by Paxos. That's gone up significantly over the last 12 months. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a big year of growth over the last, all of 2025 here into 2026. Most metrics that we analyze in our business have been up somewhere between 3 to 5 or 6 or 7x actually. So there's been a tremendous amount of growth. We've seen this, for instance, in the total value of stablecoins that we issue, which is like about $8.5 billion now, and I think it started last year at 2 or something, right? Yeah. So that's up quite significantly, and that's driven by we have a gold token, Pax Gold. That's increased really significantly, partly because gold has gone up, but just an enormous amount of demand and interest in it, up to $2.5 billion. Largest regulated gold token by far. And that's issued through our national trust. We store all the gold in London.
What's so interesting to me is that if you look at the other large stablecoin issuers, they have just one product, right? Call it USDT, USDC. What's incredible at Paxos is the ability to have multiple or many successful tokens, brands, and being sort of in a neutral enabling layer for others as well.
Yeah, I mean, we certainly issued many different white label dollar tokens. Some people might not remember this, but Huobi, way back in the day, we had a Huobi token, and you remember, and obviously BUSD, and the PayPal dollar, which we issue on a white label basis for them. They've been a great partner getting that launched. We also issue the global dollar on behalf of the Global Dollar Network, which is about 133 firms or something like that right now.
And that's the quietest, to me, it's the quietest large business in crypto. It's pretty incredible.
Yeah, it's really grown a lot. We're up to $2.5 billion of market cap. I mean, even in the last month, it's grown like $700 million. So I think maybe that's part of the reason.
What are the flows there? It's like not really, is it a consumer dollar? Is it a business settlement dollar?
Well, the way it works is we're issuing for the Global Dollar Network. And anybody can join the Global Dollar Network. You just have to meet the terms and conditions. It's basically for businesses. It's 132, 133 firms or whatever it is. Now it's Robinhood and OKX and Kraken and MasterCard and WorldPay. So all kinds of different firms, and they can be from anywhere in the world. And so we're not distributing directly to the end user. It's for these firms.
It's a little different than those, hey, issue for everybody. We're going to have hundreds of $5 million issuance stablecoins, like sort of the bridge, Stripe strategy.
Exactly. I mean, I think there's a logic to having what I would almost think of as like a co-branded or an affinity card, which is what those small white labels are. When it comes down to having rails, I think there's only going to be a handful of rails. There shouldn't really be any more than that, analogously to Visa and MasterCard.
We've seen that, like where you need liquidity between the different brands if you have hundreds of these brands out there.
Yeah, it's very hard to build liquidity and utility, have the right rewards, the right regulatory framework. But in the case of the Global Dollar Network, we're specifically doing this for these firms. We just take an asset management fee. We're the neutral infrastructure issuer, and that is ultimately getting the rewards sent back to the participants in the Global Dollar Network. And that keeps growing, and people keep joining, and there are other consortiums and other white label issuers that come to us all the time to potentially launch.
Because of this regulatory infrastructure, the trust that you've built, et cetera.
Yes, and I also think because the market dynamics are such that it's still, like I would call it, a stable disequilibrium. You kind of have Tether and you have Circle out there, but it's very plausible. In fact, I almost think inevitable that you'll see another large stable coin that will probably be the largest stable coin. And so how is that going to be possible?
Perhaps USDG. So over the next year, what's the biggest thing or the biggest couple things that you're working on?
I think you're going to see, you have Charles Schwab, you're going to see a number of other GSIFIs launch. And I think you're going to see one or two big white label efforts launch that people are going to be really surprised at. They're going to be traditional institutions that are coming into the space, that are using this technology to really transform not just their businesses, but actually try and transform the entire financial landscape.
I have a feeling you might be working on this, and I'm very excited about it. All right. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Great being happy there. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. So, very excited for this next one. Please give a very big round of applause to one of the former largest names of the Trump administration, the CEO of Tether US, Bo Hines, and our very own Kristen Smith from Solana Policy Institute.
Everyone. Super excited to be here this afternoon and honored to have Bo Hines, who is the CEO of Tether US, here with us today. Bo obviously has a critical job working with Tether and prior to that served as the lead crypto person in the White House who helped get the Genius Act so swiftly enacted last year. So there's a lot to talk about today. Bo, just to kind of open up, you've seen this industry from both sides, from working within government and now being on the outside. What has changed going from your role in government to your role as an operator?
Oh man. Well, one, I genuinely am super appreciative of the time I get to spend in the Trump administration. I'm super thankful for the president and everything he's done for this industry and the crypto ecosystem writ large. Obviously it's a testament to the builders and the founders that have done so much in the space over the course of the last decade. And you think about it, it's honestly quite remarkable that the first piece of large financial legislation that we put forth was related to crypto. And that's a testament to all the builders and Solana, and obviously the granddaddy of them all, which is Bitcoin and the birth of blockchain. I look back on the time that I was just 18 years old and I was just a retail trader in the space, and a lot's changed since then. I think that people are getting the recognition they deserve, and I think that blockchain technology is here to change the world, and we're just at the precipice of that.
So the Genius Act was, quite frankly, a miracle. I thought that it happened as quickly as it did, and I think we all benefited from you being there. But obviously, bills get enacted, signed into law, and then there's the rulemaking phase. This is the process of putting the details into place. How are you guys approaching the various rulemakings going on with the different federal agencies, and are you engaged in that process?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that Treasury is undergoing this process in which they're going to start rolling out rulemaking over the course of the next 18 months. And Tether fully intends to be Genius compliant, both from a USDT perspective and now the new US product, which is institutional facing with a long tail with retail. At the end of the day, I think that Genius really struck the right chord, which for the United States government, our main objective was dollar proliferation, and Tether plays the most instrumental role in that. You think about Tether right now, we have around 600 million active monthly users of the product. We're growing at about 34 million users a quarter. It's quite frankly the most prolific business that exists today. And obviously with the introduction of the new product, we're hoping that we can start to institutionalize some of these folks with stablecoin development, really create more efficiency and cost effectiveness with the rails in terms of how we're moving money on a large scale. And that's really our objective. We'll see what happens with rulemaking. I think that for the most part, the architecture is there, so we don't expect too many surprises, but we're well on our way to ensuring that we're a part of this process. And obviously with the launch of Tether US, we're showing our commitment to establishing ourselves here domestically and the growth of the company writ large.
Yeah, well, maybe you can go a little bit deeper. The Genius Act paved the way for your role to exist and your company to exist. Can you talk a little bit about what you've been doing since getting into the job? What have been kind of the key milestones for USAT, and what is sort of the roadmap? Where are you in that journey?
Sure. Well, I mean, it's kind of just the beginning for us. We had our soft launch about 3 months ago. It's a little bit chicken or the egg with stablecoins. You have to bootstrap liquidity a little bit, actually allow a viable entry point into the product. And so that's what we've really been focused on is, working on some of these commercial partnerships that we've struck over the course of the last 6 to 12 months. I can't make news here today, but we have some very exciting ones in which we'll be announcing probably in the next 30 to 60 days. And I think that Tether is uniquely positioned, really is the only company in the world that has the ability with the distribution that's already been created to establish a very viable corridor between emerging markets and the US capital markets. And so we look to do that with both retail in terms of remittances. Obviously, most of stablecoin adoption has been driven by a hedge against volatility with the person's own domestic currency, but that's changing. And so I think that the technology that undergirds these products is really what's to be adopted long term. And so we obviously want to position USAT to be a big part of that. And I think that one thing that folks should recognize between the two products is that USAT will be seamlessly interoperable with USDT. And so that allows a lot of our institutional partners to borrow from that liquidity and distribution that's already been created in the Tether ecosystem, and really have that seamless corridor created in terms of flows and money movement. So I think that, again, we're just beginning to scratch the surface with adoption. We're working with banks, both GSIBs and large banks, all the way down to community banks in terms of what this new brave frontier of finance is going to look like. But I think that Tether is positioned to win this race in terms of product adoption. And obviously, now that the US capital markets are engaging with these products, I think it's really going to revolutionize the way that finance works here in the US. And so, one thing I've done with the domestic product is I've tried to position us to almost be the agnostic intermediary in between flows, whether that be with GSIBs going to TradFi exchanges or elsewhere. I don't expect that a name brand stablecoin becomes the settlement tool of choice for banks internally. What I do expect is that they're going to look for seamless interoperability between their own tokenized deposit systems and or their own stablecoin settlement systems to use between each other and TradFi exchanges. So, you can think about it this way. If you're a big bank, why would you settle with another big bank in their stablecoin? It just doesn't make sense. So there has to be that agnostic product there. And I think that given the distribution liquidity that we've already created as a company, we're the natural product of choice. And so this truly means a lot to us. I mean, Paulo, our international CEO, is an open source builder, and he's doing a lot in technology outside of stablecoins as well. He likes to refer to Tether as the stable company, and that kind of defines our investment strategy and everything else that we're building around the globe, whether it be power sources in Africa, whether it be in robotics, whether it be in P2P messaging technology. All of these things kind of coincide to build a vertical stack that services folks that might not have access to financial instruments or tools that we have here in the US. And so I think that we're focused on institutional right now from a retail product adoption perspective. It's a little bit longer tail in the US, given the fact that our rails are about 99% efficient compared to the rest of the world. But that's not to say that it's not going to change. I mean, folks are still looking for ways to save money, and that's not lost on us. And obviously, the rails that we've created allow people to do that. And so I think a big part of it's just an educational hurdle and or leap, where folks have to recognize that this is a safe, secure, and cost-effective way to move money. And once that actually starts to run its course and we can package these products in ways that make it more palatable for the everyday American, that's when you're really going to start seeing this compounding effect of usage and adoption.
Tether International, the USDT, and Solana have a long history, and recently there was a great announcement of Tether coming in to help with the aftermath of the drift hack. How do you see Solana and USAT working together?
Well, look, Tether we're big fans of the Solana ecosystem. I think that what's been created here is extremely special. And you've heard me talk a lot about institutional development and what's being built there. I think that Solana can play an outsized role in that as it pertains to the rails that we start moving USAT and USDT on. Right now we're in kind of this development phase in which we're building the scaffolding around what the usage is going to look like of the US product. But I think that Solana will certainly have a key role in that. And when we start thinking about the distribution partners that we'll be announcing in the coming months, hopefully there's a lot that we have to work on together. And I know that those conversations are ongoing. And I think that we've illustrated our commitment to this ecosystem, and we want to continue to do that long term. But we're really excited about what's being built here. I think that this chain serves many purposes, a lot that can be applied in unique ways in traditional finance that maybe haven't been exercised yet. And I think that as a partnership or a conglomerate, we can help push that forward, and I'm very excited about that.
No longer your responsibility, but the Clarity Act. We had Senator Moreno on stage earlier today who said that we could be seeing a markup in the committee soon. Is Clarity important to Tether US, or are you mostly focused on the benefits that Genius have enabled?
Well, look, I think that Genius kind of answered a lot of the regulatory questions that we had from a Tether perspective. Our model is a bit different than our competitors in the sense of how we roll out our product and how we look at incentives and everything else. And so we've kind of sat on the sidelines for Clarity, but we understand how important it is for the ecosystem writ large. And I know it's the other piece of the puzzle. I mean, when I was in the White House, market structure was talked about ad nauseum. And I sometimes miss being in those conversations, and sometimes I don't. But what I can say is that Patrick has done a phenomenal job, who took my role since August. And I think that in speaking with Senator Moreno and watching the comments that he made with you on the podcast, I feel very excited about where we are. I think that most of the industry would have said it would have been a monumental win just to have one piece of legislation through. The fact that we might get both pieces of the puzzle in this Congress is quite amazing. And so in terms of just an ecosystem boost and where this can take us, I think the sky's the limit. And so we're rooting this Clarity Act on from the sidelines, and we'll do everything we can just to voice our support for it. And we hope everyone else in the crypto ecosystem does as well. I think that for the most part, there seems to be a common consensus that this is a good piece of legislation, and it'll certainly legitimize the industry. And so I think that for all of us, call your senators, be engaged in the legislative process. As minuscule as that might seem, it actually does matter. And so when they start moving towards markup, hopefully in the coming weeks, I hope to see a bipartisan result like we had on Genius. I think that Genius was one of the first bipartisan bills that moved out of Senate banking in quite some time. I hope they get a similar result here with Clarity, and then once this is completed, it's time to build. And it's time to make the U.S. the crypto capital of the world, as the president described, and that was our mission from the time that we got in there. And so it's an exciting time for the space. I think that sometimes, especially seeing it from the outside and then being in it for so long, you kind of have some doldrums every once in a while, and people start getting just a little bit impatient. I think that we're still at the beginning of adoption, and that includes with the Bitcoin ecosystem, with Solana and everything else. I mean, these things have not been widely adopted across the globe just yet. And so you should be patting yourselves on the back for being a part of something that's so remarkable, and that will literally change the landscape of finance for years to come. I think we're going to see a bull run here, and I think that post-Clarity, you're going to start seeing larger institutions move and enacting these technologies, and I couldn't be more excited for the future.
Final question. AI, we've heard a lot today about AI, agentic finance. How is Tether thinking about that, and is that part of your plans?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think when you start looking at agentic payments, you can trust these models to choose what is the most cost-effective, most efficient, and most secure form of moving money. I think that naturally becomes stablecoins, and then there's the chain element of that as well, which I think that Solana is, again, uniquely positioned to be a dominant force in that space. I think that Tether is the natural product of choice. Again, I'm going to keep harping on this. The two things that matter in stablecoins are distribution and liquidity, period. And they're very hard to replicate. They're very hard to build. And so with the customer base that we have, with the security elements around what we've built, and with our chain partners, and hopefully great chain partners like Solana, we expect Tether to again be a natural product of choice in this way. But we'll see how this evolves over time. I think that AI is a little bit in its infancy compared to the way that people speak about it, and we see these remarkable things coming from this technology already. But when you start combining that with blockchain technology, I don't think any of us can truly wrap our heads around just yet what that looks like. And so as we'll certainly try to position ourselves for that, and I certainly think that Tether will be a winner in terms of agentic payments. It almost has to be, given the reach that it has globally, and if AI continues to penetrate other parts of the globe, then naturally it will be that product that these agentic machines, large language learning models choose. It's something we're keeping our eye out on and we're building for.
Well, that is all we have time for, but Bo, thank you so much for your work in government and your work in industry. We're really lucky to have you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, guys. So real quick, just by a quick show of hands, how many of you were here for the last Solana Miami event in 2022? All right. I see a few. Amazing. Well, up next, I would like to welcome my fellow Miami resident once again, the co-founder and CEO of Securities, the largest tokenization platform, Carlos Domingo.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for having me here. It's my second Solana conference, announcing some partnership with companies in the Solana ecosystem, so it's very exciting for us. My name is Carlos Domingo. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Securities. We're the leading tokenization company, and we're going to announce you something today related to how we expand the tokenization ecosystem on Solana. So today there is around 30 billion on RWAs across all the public chains, but this is just scratching the surface. And as the chair of the SEC was saying the other day, this feels kind of like the end of the beginning, but we're really at the very early days of tokenization. If you think about what's the biggest opportunity that we have in front of us from an asset class perspective, that's going to be equities and ETFs. Just in the US alone, there is around $110 trillion of equities and ETFs. That's a massive amount of money. If you think about how big crypto is today, it's $2.6 trillion. If only 2% of the total amount of tokenized equities and ETFs move on chain, that doubles the size of the crypto market. So this is how huge is this asset class and how relevant is even if a very small amount of money, amount of the AUM moves on chain. And then why moving stocks and ETFs on chain? Well, it's very easy. So today, stocks and ETFs, they trade in a slow settlement cycle. It's T+1. They have silo infrastructure. It's hard to know who the beneficial owners are, how to pay dividends. There's very costly global access. If you're in the US, yes, you have a lot of options. But if you're outside the US, it's very difficult to access US capital markets. There's a lot of compliance stuff that happens in a very low-tech environment, etc. When you move things on chain, you get things like 24/7 trading with instant settlement. You have global access from anybody with a crypto wallet that can connect to a US broker-dealer. You have unified ledger infrastructure that allows you to know in real time who the beneficial owners are. You can pay dividends in real time. You can conduct proxy votes on chain. You have programmable compliance to integrate with DeFi protocols, etc. So there's a massive amount of advantages for bringing stocks and ETFs on chain. Now we've already made progress here. So we've done a couple of announcements in the last few weeks. First, we've partnered with NYSE, the New York Stock Exchange. They are launching something they call a digital ATS, which is basically an on-chain trading infrastructure in a centralized ETS that Securitas has been chosen as the transfer agent, broker-dealer, and design partner. We've announced also a partnership with ComputerShare, which is the largest transfer agent in the world, to be their tokenization partner. So anybody that uses ComputerShare, which are companies like NVIDIA, Tesla, Apple, etc., they can actually come on chain through Securitas. Now, the next thing we need is actually something